I didn't hear. And now I did. So I want to welcome everyone to the Lafayette City Council April 11th meeting, and we will call the meeting to order at 7 o'clock p.m. on the dot. By a roll call vote, we have all council members present except for Council Member Dawson, who is in the waiting room, and she will be coming over shortly. And so once we have her, we will have, I'll just pause for a moment until Suzanne works her magic.
Oh.
Welcome, Councilmember Dawson.
Oh, it's not working. Hi, can you guys see me?
No.
Yeah, I'm having some some problems getting online, so I'm gonna log out and try logging in again.
Okay. Do you want us to wait a few minutes or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right with you as soon as I can.
Okay. So we will wait just a few moments and actually, I think what we can do though is by quorum, we can adopt the agenda, and then I'll just make sure that before we open for public comments not on the agenda, that we'll make sure our colleague is here. So do I have a motion? And there she is. So welcome. So
thank you. Well, hello. Sorry about that.
Members, it's okay. It happens in this world of technology. All members of the council are present. And do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Council member and Vice Mayor Anduri.
So moved.
And do I have a second? Council member Kendall, thank you. So we'll take a roll call vote. Council member Kendall.
Aye.
And Council member Dawson.
Aye.
And Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. We have unanimously adopted the agenda. So we will now move on to agenda item number 4, which is public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. You'll have lots of opportunity to speak to those items. And so if you would like to speak to an item, Suzanne Erla will help us to make sure that happens.
Thank you, Mayor. There is already a hand up. So the first speaker will be David Clark. If anyone else would like to speak at this time, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good evening. I made this comment to a couple of other meetings last week, so some of you have heard it, but I've not made it to the city council, so I'm going to do that now. But I'm actually kind of excited about this. It's with respect to the Downtown Creeks plan and what the Creeks Committee is doing to try to get that codified, as you know. And there have been some questions about how recent housing acts impact the Downtown Creeks plan. But there's at least one positive thing that I think has come out of our looking at the statutes more closely, and that is Government Code Section 66300I, which is a no net loss provision. And essentially what it seems to imply, and we're trying to vet this now, but as I said, we're cautiously optimistic that what it basically says is that if there is no net loss in residential capacity, and that's a quote, that's what's in the language, by virtue of some action that the city takes to compensate another action that the city allows, then those actions are okay. So, for example, if a creek setback is determined to, and I'm not saying it does, but if it's determined to reduce residential capacity, and there are other sections of the city which are being upzoned for, let's say, RENA or BART purposes, and that increase in those areas, the residential capacity, those two apparently on the face of it, based on the statute, can be offset so that each one of those would, well, obviously the upgrades would be allowed, but that the creek setback, assuming it results in a reduction of residential capacity, could stand. So there's not a lot of it's a fairly short section. Again, it's Government Code 66300I. It was put in place in the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. And it is There's not a lot of guidance in the statute as to how that gets carried out. One thing it does say, though, is that those two things, the reduction and the increase, have to happen at the same meeting. So that's one reason I'm bringing this up now, is it may take some recognition of time constraints, if you will, juggling, whatever, to have those things happen at the same meeting. I don't think it's imminent, but we may have, well, but that it is something to keep in mind. So we're looking into that. Hopefully, it'd be great if that panned out, because it solves a lot of problems. But I wanted to let you know that, and that we're following it and vetting it, so hopefully see if it works. Well, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? No, thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address the board for items not on the agenda?
Mayor, I do not see any other hands raised.
Great, thank you. So we will now move on to our, and thank you, Suzanne, move on to our presentations. And our first presentation tonight will be Thomas Adams, an update on our city sales tax. And am I handing it directly over to him?
Oh, Jennifer's coming on.
There we go. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tom Adams. I am with Muni Services, also known as Avenue Insights and Analytics. I am going to share my screen here. Let's just make sure I'm pulling up the right file first.
Also, just real quick, Thomas, similar to what we've done in past years, we have this presentation tonight as a precursor to budget discussions that will be coming up in the next couple months. It's always, especially with all the changes we've had in our economic environment, useful to have a current understanding of where our sales tax is coming from before we hear budget discussion.
Alrighty, well, let's get started. We're going to be reviewing Q4 2021 data.
We're not seeing your presentation in full screen. We're seeing your
We're seeing
presenter slide.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so
You need to share another screen. Stop sharing this one and pick the other screen.
okay. Share another screen. All right, let's share this one. How's that?
There you go.
That's
Yeah.
it.
All right. So we're sharing, we're going to go through Q4 2021 data. This is the holiday sales period for last year. This is the most recent data we have. It's an interesting time in the sales tax world because we're sort of recovering from the pandemic in terms of sales tax recovery. And the calendar years happen to coincide with pre-pandemic and 2019 calendar year, primarily pandemic affected period during 2020, and then the primary recovery period during 2021. Okay. So first we're going to go through some of your performance, just as a reminder what some of your primary drivers are for sales tax. Restaurants are 23%, retail 21%. Your county pool, which includes such things as internet activity and use tax, which also includes some construction throughout the county and that sort of thing, 17%. Food and liquor markets, 15%, and gas stations and auto repair, 13%. Some other smaller ones with construction, B2B, and miscellaneous there at the bottom. What we do on behalf of the city is help staff forecast what sales tax revenues are going to look like in the coming years. We do that through a variety of ways, but basically we're trying to figure out how much money is going to be coming into the city, and that's really based on cash. However, cash has some anomalies because there's late payments. The state had some programs to try to help out businesses during the pandemic. with 90-day extensions for businesses to pay, which kind of slid some money through different periods. So we do see some nice numbers recently, with a 35% cash gain in the current quarter, the 2021 Q4 quarter. That's off of 13% down a year ago. We always compare back to the same quarter. So in a year ago, that the governor did offer some extensions during that time period. So some of that gain for this quarter is more of kind of a paper gain, because a year ago had some a decline in revenues because of cash receipts, because the governor had issued one of those 90-day extension programs. We're looking through your sales tax base. Again, we're looking at calendar years here. These were what we call benchmark years, these three columns. Each of these benchmark years corresponds to a calendar year. So through the end of the year, Q4 data. Can see in 2019, we call this the pre-pandemic period, was close to $3.1 million for total receipts. Your local businesses doing about $2.6 million. During the pandemic, we did see those amounts fall. You see in that middle column there for 2020, you were at $2,679,000 for total receipts, a decline of about 400,000 there. For local businesses, it was even greater. It was a decline of about 550,000. You did see an increase in pools there. So again, the pools is internet and some other construction and other activity during this period. We also had some net new revenues coming in related to a Supreme Court case called the Wayfair case. This allowed the state to start collecting from out-of-state businesses and others related to internet activities. So we did see both an increase in internet during the pandemic and forward, as well as some net new internet-related revenues coming in. More recently, in our recovery year, this 2021 year, you can see we're at an all-time high for sales tax receipts, this $3,167,000. So that's great news. You're also at a high for the net pools at 681. For local businesses, you can see we're not fully recovered. So we're at 2,486,000. We're getting close to recovered. We're over 400 up from where we were during the height of the pandemic in 2020. But we're not quite back. We're, what is that, about 115, 120 down from where we were pre-pandemic, that $2.6 million number. We can also look through retail is most of the way back. We still have about 35 to go to get back to our pre-pandemic number there. Restaurants, interestingly, is getting very close to where we were. This was one of the most impacted areas for you, as well as for the rest of the state. This recession related to the pandemic was very different from a typical recession. During a typical recession, retail and food are not impacted much. It's more high ticket items like new car sales and construction, and depending on the type of recession, some B2B activity are impacted. This was kind of the opposite. It was mainly restaurants. Gas stations were impacted as the price of gasoline came down. That's now changed. So if we look at your numbers here for the rest of them, we can see that we have had a bounce back in transportation. This is a large part of because you don't have many auto dealers or any auto dealers. This is mainly service stations and auto repair and that sort of thing. That number will keep on coming back in the coming quarters with the high price of gasoline. Construction, B2B, fairly small, not much impact for construction, as you can see. B2B, slight decline. Again, of the local business percentage, 30% are from restaurants. So a large portion of your non-pool sales tax coming from restaurants. We look at on the left, we see a 5-year trend here. We can see things kind of clicking right along the woo. We have a big drop here. That corresponds with the pandemic. We saw a drop in mainly in food, in retail, in transportation, again being restaurants. Apparel was the main one for retail that dropped, but kind of various retail dropped in gasoline sales down here in the blue line. Construction and B2B not as impacted. And again, they're only about, well, what is that? About 8.5%, 8.6% of your total sales tax pie is coming from those two categories. So the lion's share coming from food at close to 49% for this quarter, retail at close to 26%, and construction at about 15%. So we can see of this gain, you're up about close to 26% for this quarter over a year ago. We're actually overall for our total, you can see for this quarter, if we went back another quarter, the same shaded column here, you can see we're actually above where we were 2 years ago. Not quite back to where we were 3 years ago, but overall a great sign that we're seeing here that the recovery is fully underway, that all those declines, there's about 5 quarters in here that was the primary declining quarters. And we've had 3 quarters, the last 3 quarters, Q2, Q3, and Q4, have all been pretty strong and kind of back to where either closer or kind of back to where we were pre-pandemic. For county pool receipts, as I mentioned, went through this a little bit before. We have seen some increases. This has slowed down a little bit in this year. We did see quite a bit of gain from 2019 to 20, then a little bit of a slowing for that in 20 to 21. The way the pool works is it's your percentage of sales tax receipts for all your local businesses as a percentage of all of the sales tax receipts for all the jurisdictions throughout the county. And that gives you your percentage down here. So you're currently at 1.6%. The better your businesses do, the better your percentage is going to do, and the more you're going to get in your jurisdiction share. So as your restaurants have come back and been performing better, that has boosted your overall sales tax receipts, and that's boosting your percentage down here a bit. So whereas the overall county's down about 4.6%, Lafayette's up about 14%. And again, that kind of has to do with the business mix of your local economy there. So overall, pretty good news there. We have seen some changes in the county pool. Amazon has changed the way they report. So there were some declines related to that over the last 4 quarters, but that's all kind of water underneath the bridge. And going forward, we'll be comparing back to numbers that have already been affected by that Amazon change. I can get into that a little bit more during the discussion if you like. So what's going to happen in the future? We have our forecast here for this year. We're looking at a pretty healthy 17.9% gain. A lot of that, again, driven by restaurants. We are seeing inflation start to show up in the sales tax numbers. Consumption hasn't really been affected by inflation. It's just prices have been increasing. People have been consuming the same amount. Sales tax revenues go up in that case. Going forward, we're kind of slowing that down a bit over the next few years to 5.3, then 3.5 and forward. But overall, some great signs over this year and the upcoming fiscal year. You can see this is a chart to kind of give you an idea of what happened during the Great Recession, how you recovered out of that, how you grew over time. More recently, what happened with the pandemic, you can see that you sort of had a check mark recovery here, kind of coming down from this blue line here, then kind of coming back up. The blue line is what our forecast was before the pandemic started. And you can see that our forecast is actually above where our forecast was prior to the pandemic. Part of that is you're getting more of that Wayfair revenue than we had originally anticipated. There's also some inflationary impacts that are driving up your overall revenues as well. Took you about 2.5 years, at least we're anticipating maybe another couple quarters to get back to where you would have been had the pandemic never happened, or at least what we projected you would have been, that blue line there. Some of our assumptions always have to have some assumptions going forward, especially in uncertain times. Virus variants are managed through current programs like vaccination and masking. Business restrictions related will not return. Consumers will adjust to the new normal. Inflation, as I'd mentioned, is becoming an issue. It's going to continue at fairly high levels this year, moderate to more normal levels by the end of 2023. One of the issues affecting that is the Federal Reserve interest rate increases. Our assumption is that those will help cool down the economy a bit, eventually help lower inflation. There are some discussion in the economic community about kind of what's impacting inflation and how much the interest rate increases will affect things going forward. So, some interesting debates going on there. Also, supply chain issues. Thought is that those should start to ease towards the end of the year and return to more normal levels by the end of 2023. We've kind of been pushing, like a lot of things, return to work and other things. Some of these have just been pushing out over time. So, again, some of these things have been an ongoing target of what's going to happen. Some caveats. We are in uncharted waters in terms of the pandemic and the recovery. We're in a level of uncertainty that we haven't seen necessarily in the near past or ever since the Great Recession started anyways. Greater uncertainty translates to greater potential variance for the forecast. Some areas of uncertainty: how will gas prices adjust over the next several years? How will inflation and how much will inflation impact the economy? How will consumer behavior adjust to the inflation? How will the interest rate adjustments affect the economy? Can we have that soft landing that the Fed is trying to engineer? Will supply chains become fixed? Kind of when will that happen? How will the Ukraine war impact energy and supply chains over time in the next few quarters? And when will we achieve what we might call the new normal, and what might it look like? Lastly, what does the virus pandemic future hold? That's still an open question, and got to put it out there. Does a recession loom somewhere on the horizon? This is being talked about a little bit more over the last few months. We're not predicting anything this year, but in the next few years, there may be something looming out there. That concludes my presentation. Happy to discuss with the council any questions you might have.
Great, thank you very much. And Kit, will you please stop sharing the screen so that we can see everyone?
Stop sharing the screen. Yep.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Or Jennifer, did you want to make a comment?
I just wanted to wrap up by saying that, clearly it's good news that we're almost back to pre-pandemic levels. But given the 2 slides worth of uncertainties that we face, Tracy and I have talked, and the budget numbers that she is likely to bring forward will be cautiously optimistic. We obviously want to take advantage of recognizing additional expectation of resources, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I think this latest round of estimates for future sales tax may be a bit more aggressive than Tracy and I are comfortable with, but obviously will require additional monitoring as we prepare the numbers for you for budget. That was all.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Thomas or for Jennifer from my colleagues before I go to public comment? Okay. Suzanne, will you help us with welcoming folks to share comment on this item?
Certainly, Mayor. If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Okay.
Mayor, there is a comment, so I'll bring in Stella Witherspoon. If anyone else would like to comment, please use the raise hand feature now.
Welcome. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I couldn't get to my mute.
Okay.
I was going to ask, it's not related to this. It was just that I was only seeing the speaker view when Teresa, you and Jennifer were speaking, and I don't know if that's a setting maybe that Suzanne could change. Right now I am seeing everyone, so I don't know, maybe it's just my Zoom.
Okay.
But
It was my error, Stella. I think I have it fixed now. Thank you for letting us
Excellent.
know.
Excellent. Thank you.
We might have been
Appreciate it.
spotlighting or something. So thank you.
You were. Thank you.
Thanks for
Bye.
letting us know. And thank you, Suzanne, for adjusting it. Any other members of the public who would like to speak to this item? And I'm not seeing anyone, so we will come back and we will say thank you very much. And I appreciate, as I'm sure my colleagues do, the update, and also that the update provided positive information that will help us as we're going into our budget cycle. We, of course, will welcome you back if you don't have always positive information, but we do especially appreciate that. So thank you very much. And we will now move on to our next agenda item, which is our consent calendar. And do I have any members of the council who would like to have an item pulled or comment on an item on consent? Seeing shaking of heads. And are there any members of the public who would like to make a comment on an item on consent? And we will let Narup back into the room as members of the public are deciding if they want to comment on anything on the consent calendar. I don't see anyone. So may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Vice Mayor Andori.
So moved.
And
Second.
Council Member Dawson is a second. So we have a motion by Vice Mayor Andori and a second by Council Member Dawson. We'll conduct a roll call vote. Council Member Kendall.
Aye.
Council Member Dawson.
Aye.
Council Member Kwok.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Andori.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And so we have approved the consent calendar. And thank you. There was a lot of
Really, thank
Go
you. I was
ahead.
going to say a lot of
Yeah.
really great things
Yeah.
on the consent calendar. I want to thank everybody for all their work.
I was just going to say the same thing, and I see nodding and applause. And so thank you very much to staff for all of the work. And I encourage members of the public, if you haven't looked at it, to look at what was just accomplished in that one vote. Okay, so we will move now to agenda item 7, which is old business, or more ongoing business, but old business. And I want to welcome Mike Moran to help us discuss traffic safety improvements around schools.
Good evening, council. And okay, I see him.
Welcome,
I have
Drew.
Drew Parker from Tool Design Group with me this evening, and he's available to answer maybe any specific questions for any of the suggested improvements. But as a reminder, I just want to let us know that we're here to look at the traffic safety improvements near schools, and this was a priority of the City Council in 2021. And as you can recall, we did hire Tool Design Group. You funded that consulting services so that we could accelerate this project a little bit and also get some extra expertise because we had lost some of our in-house transportation staff. So we did hire Tool Design Group. They've done a great job with us so far. Their scope was to review past plans, to reach out to stakeholders, which they did, and to host some school walkabouts and discussions, which they also did, and some of you participated in those as well. So then they came up with some recommendations and some plans. And I think at this time I'm going to share my screen. If I can, let's see. And those recommendations are included on the table in my staff report. Are you all able to see that at this time?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so these recommendations went to our Transportation and Circulation Commission. It's for the first 3 schools of the report, which include Spring Hill Elementary, Stanley Middle School, and Lafayette Elementary School. We have 4 schools pending, which I noted in my staff report, and I know it will probably be of some concern when I talk about the funding of this, because we have some unknowns still out there. But these are the first 3 schools. Transportation and Circulation Commission took 2 cuts at reviewing the list of kind of short, midterm, and long-term recommendations that the tool group had put together, and then came up with this list. This really is a combination of primarily short-term, and even though it adds up to quite a bit of money, lower cost improvements to help with safety near school. It includes a few that they had in their original report as kind of a medium term. For example, a flashing beacon crossings, but those are also very helpful in improving compliance, driver compliance to pedestrian crossings, so and yielding to pedestrians. So thought they were very important. This is the list, and I will comment straight out on SL2 and SL9, which is on School Street. One of the recommendations is to utilize what is now the parking lane for a bike path temporarily. It would just be sort of paint and delineators, so that's why there is a lower cost. The reason I point that out is it would require deleting that parking, and we've yet to have, a public hearing about that process, and we haven't notified residents, although some have been involved in this process because they're right there and they participated in the Transportation and Circulation Commission meetings. But I do want to point that out, and I believe I noted in my report that this would likely need to come back to the council with some form of resolution to delete the parking. So that process has not started. What staff is asking for here is sort of a blessing of the list, if you will, and the funding that would support it. And I've noted the sources for the funding are, you have a seed fund in the Vision Zero of $500,000, and then I have a general fund you could draw against future capital projects to some extent. But this does total over $600,000 between these 3 schools. I do have a draft report for the other 4 schools. And just as I literally last hour went through it because it came out late last week, and Drew can probably even speak more specifically to it, but I went through it and looked at what would my first pass be at short-term and sort of medium-term improvements that we would put in from all 4 of those schools. Happy Valley and Burton Valley don't have a lot of funding that would go with them because they either don't have much that can be done, or we've done a lot already around Burton Valley, for example. It's primarily Acalanes High School would be the big spender. And we did include Mayor White Pony. As you recall, we included that private school because it is located on school district owned property. So in looking at that list, I came up with about $435,000. So just as a look ahead for the council, if you combined these 2 tables here, the 340,000, the 271,000, and 435,000, if that number holds true. And again, this is a draft and a first cut at the other 4 schools, but that's about $1,050,000. And honestly, that's about, you could ask a Transportation and Circulation Commissioner, about the number I guesstimated earlier in this process. It'd be, if we incorporate everything we want to at these 7 schools as a first cut, you are looking at about $1 million. So just information on that. Mostly we're requesting that you do approve these and let us take the next step, which is more design and packaging these. It'd be like a signing and striping package. It'd be a concrete package. It would be an electrical package, if you will, for like the flash and beacon crossings and things like that. They would need to be bid out to some extent. Some of them may have shorter term bid processes, but there still is a process and there still needs to be a package that's put together so that contractors could give comparable bids. So that work is yet to be done. We have started some preliminary work on that already, but we've got a lot left to do. So we would need to put that together. And I know that I know the time is of the essence and we want to do this as quickly as we can. And these are near schools, so we'd like to get a lot of this done during the summer. That is part of why this is being brought to you in 2 steps so that we can get going on the first 3 schools with your approval, and bring you the next 4 schools as quick as we can. That process it'll go through Trans-Circ again, but I think we've refined our process. I anticipate it will go through in 1 meeting through Trans-Circ, and then I'll bring it to City Council as soon as we can. So with that, I think I will stop sharing my screen and just open it up for questions, whether it's any specific comments on any of the specified recommendations or just the general overall cost and the process from here. But any questions you may have for myself or Drew.
So I will, Councilmember, I was going to make a comment, but I'll save it until after everybody else makes their questions, clarifying questions. Councilmember Quat.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Just on the last comment about when you think the next 4 schools you would bring it to City Council, is it in April, May, June?
May or June. And I couldn't tell you, and probably like that second meeting in May would be my absolute soonest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I saw Vice Mayor Andouries and then Councilmember Candell.
All right, Mike, thanks for the report. And I apologize for not asking you this afternoon, but could you talk a little bit about the relationship between the temporary bike path along the north side of School Street, and then the item in the tool report from February 22nd under longer term SL 16, which is install shared use path on the north side of the street, similar to path on First Street. Do you look at, what we're looking at tonight as a pilot or a trial for that? And if so, are there metrics that would be gathered before we went into this? Is the idea here?
So very good question. And yes, I would say this would serve as a pilot. This would serve as a pulse of the people, if you will, and give us an idea of the users. We know there are a lot of users trying to utilize this area with parked cars there. We're certain that it would be, better line of sight, better visibility, a true pathway dedicated for bikes if we did this. As far as metrics, yes, we certainly should look at that. But part of that would probably be like survey based and just observation based. You can hope to increase the number of users, of course, but we already saw, particularly for the bikes, Stanley Middle School is that's your target for bikes, Council. That's the group that really loves their independence and will ride their bike to school. And they're not too young. They have some sense about crossing the street. They're not driving yet. So there are a lot of bikers to Stanley Middle School. And of course, it's a very large school. It has about 1,000 students. And you're drawing from the whole city for that school. So we know that this would be well used. Ideally, it would be in a connection between the First Street multipurpose path and the regional trail, because that would connect you from locations elsewhere on the path, even out through Burton Valley, all the way towards downtown, towards the library there at Golden Gate Way. So that's a great connection. And of course, it's in a safety improvement right at Stanley Middle and a connection to Lafayette Elementary. So it really serves those 2 schools, but it really serves your whole community. Of course, there's a trade-off with parking and use.
A follow-up question.
Go ahead.
How long, assuming if we go forward with this, how long of a pilot do you think we would need before we start? Because the cost is in here, and I recognize this as a planner's cost, not an engineer's cost. I think it's $465,000 to make that a permanent path. And keeping in mind that we're looking for shovel-ready projects that we can apply how long would it take before we could apply for funds, whether federal or state, for a project like that?
So we are already applying for funds, but we don't have a shovel-ready project. And we have applied for funds for School Street and even onto Topper and surrounding the middle school already, and we're not successful in getting those funds. Now, part of that may be because we're not shovel-ready, we don't have a design. And that level of design could vary quite a bit. We looked at a design that included undergrounding utilities, and that is the best option, but that's like a $2.5 million piece. It doesn't even build you the walkway. It doesn't relocate utilities that are too shallow. It doesn't change the grades of the street or the ADA compliance of the ramps. It doesn't give you any green infrastructure that's now a requirement of these types of things as we build them. So, you could easily spend $3 to $5 million right around that school to build a dedicated pathway with kind of all the bells and whistles. And you could shrink it. You could do just from the path to First Street, you could do from the path to Moraga Road and make an improvement, all the way up to the end there. You could carry that around Topper so that you could serve people on Birdhaven and Topper and on the other side of St. Mary's Road that may come through there as well to the elementary school from like the Solana, Campo, Hamlin area, for example. So it could vary quite a bit. And we could spend easily $150,000 to $200,000 just on a design for School Street or the vicinity of School Street.
Great, thank you. And thanks for clarifying the costs on that all the way from the trail to Moraga Road. Councilmember Candell.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the report. So I would call it new path between Spring Hill and the Briones parking lot along that east side that is kind of hit us now because that back gate is closed in the morning and there's a lot of kids taking that path. So to me, that's kind of a new addition. What I didn't see on here was that bad sidewalk area, right in front of Spring Hill School, where all the kids and all the bikes have to go and they have to make that hard left into the school. I didn't see that in this list. And it seemed, would you have a swag at how much that would be for that improvement?
So are you referring to just the sidewalk on Spring Hill Road itself,
just on
or
Spring
wrapping
Hill.
around the corner? Okay.
Just on Spring Hill, just to address that big drop off and all that stuff, right? Where all the kids are focused.
I think that's in there as far as like just a barrier, and so that they're not. And let's see, I'll try and find that. And Drew, maybe you can help me.
Yeah, that one was listed, I believe, SP9.
Oh, so you're just going to put a little fence?
Yeah, that's how that was addressed. Now, could you do different things? You have, as you mentioned, you have this vertical drop there, and that's the difficulty. So to make that say a wider sidewalk and a better sidewalk through there, I have to address the road elevation, the driveway, a tree that probably used to be there. It's an expensive little piece of sidewalk, if you will.
Right.
So as far as a shorter term, quicker, less expensive safety improvement, we were talking about putting a fence or something, some sort of barrier there so that it's protected at least. And they're not going down into, the steeper grade and into the road over the curb. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's how it's addressed at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Next was a lot of thought, and then a bunch of people wrote in about protecting the kids on the pork chop, right, from the traffic on Pleasant Hill Road. And I was surprised that wasn't in here, something more serious to protect the kids on the pork chop.
So Drew, I'm going to ask you to take a stab at that, if you would, please. We did have that discussion. There still could be like some barrier, like a pedestrian barrier or ped barrier there. I mean, the pork chop is there. There's no doubt. It's it's where people are landing and waiting to cross. So
Right, and it's pretty
you had some
exposed.
insight for me, Drew. Yeah.
I think, yeah, we talked about it at the Transportation and Circulation Commission meeting.
Mhm.
And I think it's definitely still something that we could add in. It didn't make it into that report in advance of the meeting. But what we talked about at that meeting was, is there potential to traffic calm vehicles on Pleasant Hill Road? And really that the sense of discomfort comes from the high speed traffic on Pleasant Hill Road. So that's what we talked about a little bit, but that's a much bigger and different scope
Right.
of project, but potentially something that could be part of the Vision Zero action plan.
But can there be something that we could put in as part of this quick thing that would at least make people feel a little safe?
Yeah, I definitely think it's something we can add in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a great point, and it was made at the Transcirc meeting as well.
Cool. Now, next is for Stanley. All right. So looking at those numbers, and it's like, and I looked at I went to Google Earth, and then I drove by, and so like, why does the Paradise and School Street need the curb bulb out, but not Avalon and School Street? I'm just trying to. There's a big difference in price, right? Where you put these little bulbs out. I guess I don't know what a bulb out is.
Yeah. Well,
and why we need
so
them some places.
Yeah, let me try and take that. The biggest reason is where you have the most users, right? You've just got a little more buffer space, and Paradise is that big congregation area.
Mm-hmm.
A good point was brought up to me by Councilmember Anduri, Vice Mayor Anduri today about, if we do the bike path, the bulb out would be in the same place as the bike path. So
that's my next question.
I do want to point, good. And it was a very good point, because these were kind of looked at isolated and independent, right? So if we did the bike path, you might not have the bulb out there, or you may have something that indicates, hey, this is a crosswalk here, but it wouldn't be that barrier. The costs are mostly driven by the concrete work that I'm going to need to do at the ramps. To make those ADA compliant, and where we've got another crossing that doesn't exist now, put ramps in the first place. So that's kind of the bigger cost differences. That's why they're not, we might be able to do, for example, the flashing beacon crossing for a little less than $40,000 if I could literally just go plant them out there. That's what the materials and installation would cost. But we can't in any of these locations. We've got to make a place to locate them that they won't get hit, that's protected, that's visible. And then we have to make an ADA compliant ramp that gets them from the sidewalk to that place, to the push button, and then across the street. So there's more that goes into it than just, hey, we're going to paint another crosswalk here. So that's when people go from, well, this should cost $500 to I have a $70,000 cost.
Right.
Every time we touch the street, we have to kind of do what's called the complete streets look. So that includes the ramps, that includes the striping. And we have to look at that at each of these locations. So where they put the bulb outs was where we thought they would be needed the most. And in that case at Paradise, you probably wouldn't have a bulb out per se, because you'd have a bike path going through it if you choose to accept all these recommendations that the Circulation Commission has made up to the council.
And so that's the same thing on St. Mary's then too. It's like whenever you put those RFBs in, you kind of need a whole little station for it, and that's why their cost goes up. I was trying to understand the cost difference, right?
Yeah, that is correct. And it could cost, again, we don't have detailed costs. We don't have, we don't have engineering costs for these yet because they haven't been scoped out. But what's going to drive that is a lot of how many square feet of concrete do I also need at the side of the road, along with that flashing beacon crossing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council members? before we go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back for.
I did fail, if I could, Mayor,
Okay.
my apologies. I did fail to mention earlier, and I probably because I had it at the top of my list, was that I see Mala smiling now. So yes, I remembered Mala. That these would be exempt from CEQA. We would file a notice of exemption for these projects. Just an FYI, these would all be quick build because they would all be within the improved areas that's already, street and sidewalk and so forth. It's just an FYI in that regard.
Thank you. Councilmember Dawson, did I see your hand? Oh, okay. Okay, so we will, thank you for the report, and just thank you for, one of my questions was about, did we have an early sense of how much the second batch would be? So thank you very much for having that already and having it in the report. Okay, so we will now go to public comment on this item. And Suzanne, thank you for helping us to move folks over. You can raise your hand, and I see hands coming up already, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. The first person to speak on this item is Denise Gutierrez, followed by Marilyn Sibley and Eric Law. If anyone else would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Oh, hi. My name is actually Ernie Sexton and Denise Gutierrez. We're here. We own a home on the corner of Avalon Court and School Street. And we actually just received a letter about this from, actually, it was probably a neighbor or something. And I can tell you that you putting in a bike path and taking away parking in front of our home is going to impact us tremendously. Not only our property value, but the value of just seeing cars, because our driveway is on Avalon Court. So we already deal with a ton of cars coming in and out of Avalon Court, but now we're gonna lose the parking in front of our house, the parking in front of my neighbor's house, and everyone's gonna be coming onto Avalon Court and to Paradise Court. It's already an issue. What I don't understand is there are no houses across the street from us where Stanley is. So why don't they put a bike path on that side of the street instead of right where we are? If I have to add another parking stall and to the other side of our house, which may be an option, but then we're going to be backing out into that traffic of people on bikes. That's one comment. Two, we rarely see people riding their bike back and forth from the school. They either go from the trail over on the other end, or they come over here from Avalon Court. It's not in between Paradise Court, or where am I talking about? Between the two crosswalks. That's actually where they all go. They don't go along here, along the front of our houses. So my big concern is we're gonna have a nightmare of parking on Avalon Court, which is going to totally impact me and my driveway, right? My neighbors on Avalon Court, and my neighbors all along School Street. I can't even imagine what Paradise Court is gonna feel like. And then you guys are trying to put in, you're gonna do, I take it now that I'm hearing this, that you guys are gonna put in a temporary one just to try it out. I just want you to know that you're gonna have a big fight on your hands if that's gonna be the case. So I really wanna be informed about this rather than someone sending me some note that was left on my door about it. I had no idea this was going on. And it sounds like you guys are already wanting to put in something temporary, which is, I think that should be illegal. You're taking away parking in front of our home. Do you want to say anything here? No, it's got 30 seconds. What do you want to say?
No, I agree. Parking's already an issue in the area, and taking away more places is just going to move it out into the other.
Into the courts. It's going to be on that court and it's going to be on this court. And then our driveway is going to be a nightmare. It's going to be a nightmare just so you can connect, something along these two trails. Anyway, that's what I just have to say. Thanks.
Thank you both for coming and sharing your comment. Are there any questions from my colleagues for the speakers? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Vice Mayor Andori.
Well, we just might want to make clear, as Mike says in his staff report, that we won't be deciding that one tonight. We'll be giving direction. But before we move ahead with anything that takes away parking places, we have to have it go back to Transcirc and then come back to the city council. So there'll be a full notice and airing of that issue.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring the next speaker over.
The next speaker is Marilyn Sibley, followed by Eric Law. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Welcome, Ms. Sibley. Marilyn. You know, it takes a few seconds to come over. I don't know if you're still on mute if you're actually here in the room with us. Thank you. Suzanne, is there a way you can unmute?
No. So Marilyn Sibley, you have been promoted to be a panelist. So if you can unmute yourself, you'd be able to talk to the council and give your public comments.
And just as Marilyn's coming over, just for everyone in the attendees, I didn't mention at the beginning that we have received a number of public comments in writing and have reviewed those prior to coming into the meeting and received them right up until almost 7 o'clock if you sent them to our City Hall address. And I don't know if the Sibleys are having technical difficulties, so we might go to the next person and then invite Marilyn to come back, because I know that.
Sure. So the next speaker will be Eric Law. And Marilyn, we're going to remove you as a panelist, take you back to an attendee. And if you can come back in again after the other speakers, that would be great.
Yes, thank you.
And as Mr. Law is coming in, actually, nope, that didn't work. So let's try again. After Eric Law, the next speaker will be Bill Hoagland, followed by Cheryl, and then Marilyn Sibley again.
Great. Welcome, Mr. Law, if he's here.
Maybe.
Welcome.
Hey, thank you very much, Lafayette City Council and Mayor Geringer, for your time and for your efforts and work on this. This is very important projects here at the City of Lafayette. It's the first major project, I guess the second one now that the City Council is moving forward with in building bike and pedestrian infrastructure here in Lafayette. These projects are about sharing infrastructure. Our roads in Lafayette have been dedicated 90+% for cars, and we don't have 90% of our roads used by cars. There's a lot of us who ride our bikes, who walk our kids to school, and we do not have sidewalks in our town. So we are walking in the streets with cars, and unfortunately that has resulted in high fatality rates. It is scary as drivers race around on their cell phones. And for those that are worried about parking, most of those parking spots are empty 90+% of the time, just so they can potentially park there when they need to. Risking lives for potential parking is a poor use of public right-of-way. This is about sharing. School Street is a great example where 90% of the public right-of-way is dedicated for car travel and car parking. There's 4 full lanes on that street. Many streets in Lafayette only have 2 lanes. If you look at Moraga Boulevard, if you look at Solana where I live, if we park a car on the street, it blocks 1 full lane. Our home values are doing just fine for the previous speaker. There is no reduction. In fact, Moraga Boulevard and those that border the trail have the most expensive real estate in Lafayette. Bike and pedestrian infrastructure raises real estate values. And it's a good way of people getting outside, and it deserves to be safe. We deserve to protect our children and ensure they have a safe way to school. We cannot all drive our kids to school because that would result in utter gridlock. As we saw today with the rain, when parents drive their kids to school, it absolutely shuts down St. Mary's, Moraga, School Street, Solano, and all the streets around it. We need bike and pedestrian infrastructure, and these projects are a great start. We do not need any more fatalities on our streets. Lafayette has one of the highest fatality rates in Contra Costa County for bike and pedestrians. We've had enough. It's time to stop that. Put the cars in your driveway, in your garage, and let's build bike and pedestrian infrastructure. Thank you guys very much for your leadership, and we look forward to working with you guys on building these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Are there any questions for this speaker from my colleagues? Okay, thank you. And we will now move to the next speaker. Have a good evening.
The next speaker is Bill Hoagland, followed by Cheryl, and then Marilyn Sibley and Jennifer Paul.
Welcome, Mr. Hoagland. Welcome. I think you're unmuted now. And
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi. I'm Bill Hoagland. I live next to Ernie on School Street. I'll turn on my camera if you want it, but
up to you.
Yeah. So anyway, I just, you guys have a tough job, and it's sad what happened with that crossing guard. And I disagree with the previous speaker that I think we're talking about two things. He's talking about bike paths. We're talking about pedestrian safety for kids going to school. And I've had an offline conversation with Mike Moran about what I think are a couple easy fixes, and that is to put serious speed bumps on School Street to slow the cars down right at the two crosswalks, to restripe them, and to put very vibrant flashers so people know the kids are crossing the street. I didn't move here 36 years ago to be on a bike path. I have a hard time backing my car out of my driveway, as does Ernie. And, having a bike path with kids going by it, 3 times faster than walking would not be it'd be more of a danger than a benefit. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. And I think we should put it on the south side of the street, take out that parking along the middle school. And I think that would be a better solution. So I don't know why, they keep looking at us, the property owners, to diminish our values when the school has all this property. And I think they've got plenty of assets and acreage to remedy that situation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Kendall?
Yes, Mr. Hoagland, one of the considerations we do have tonight are speed humps on School Street, most likely, I think, where you are thinking. So I just wanted to let you know that we are considering that tonight.
And Mayor, if I could say, or council member, if I could say one thing.
Yes, please.
And I spoke with Mike about this. My sister lives up in Burton Valley, and those speed bumps that were put in are they're ineffective. And really the ones you need, and Mike Moran said you can't do it, but are the big 10-foot wide ones you find in the Ream Shopping Center. That will slow people down.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you for your feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speaker? Okay, so thank you very much. And we will move on to our next speaker.
The next speaker is Cheryl. And after Cheryl, we'll bring back in Marilyn Sibley and then Jennifer Paul. If anyone else would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
This will be pretty quick.
Welcome.
Hi, I had a busy weekend and I actually have not read all of the staff reports. So if you could just let me know if it says anything about when the pilot program would take place and school's almost out. Would it be next fall? Because I can't see it being really productive during the summer. So I guess that would be my question for that.
So what I will just share, what Mike had shared in his staff report is that the effort would be to implement some of the recommendations over the summer. So they would hopefully, emphasis on hopefully, be in place as school starts next fall. So in August.
Thank you.
Just reminding everybody, it's August 9th or somewhere in that vicinity. Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I had one.
Oh,
I had
go ahead.
one quick other question. It was being a little less involved in this. Were postcards sent out or any notifications sent out? If the one neighbor was talking about not knowing about this project, I just was curious if the postcards were mailed out, or are they only mailed out when there's a project that's going in permanently?
So Cheryl, we'll make sure that we cover that when we come back after public comment.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
The next speaker is Marilyn Sibley, followed by Jennifer Paul, Jessica Lorden, and Lisa Williams.
Now?
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Well, welcome. We can hear you now.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Mayor.
And thank you for your patience.
We're happy about the long-term extended bike path, but just not a temporary pilot. We're concerned about removing the parking between Avalon and Paradise on School Street. Students cross, as you've heard, at Paradise and Avalon. None of the Stanley students come down our side of the street. We're asking if you could look at slowing down SL9. It was just moved up to a priority from midterm. We think there needs to be further study. There needs to be investigation of possibly using the south side of the street, and also looking at St. Mary's as a possible drop-off and pickup area. Removing parking will make Stanley pick up even more every day. People are double parking in the traffic lanes. Kids are walking through double cars to get into their parents' car. There are illegal U-turns, and people speed. Like Mr. Hoagland said, we really want speed bumps here. It's not only during the school day, it's 24/7. People use this street as a quick way to get up to Burton Valley and Moraga from First Street, bypassing the traffic lights on Moraga Road and St. Mary's Road. Removing parking will only push parkers for the trail, schools, people going to the school, and local businesses which are located on School Street to Avalon Avenue and the 3 courts, as we've already heard. And I don't know if this is accurate, but it looks like the last city calming traffic report was posted on your website is from 2003, and the last traffic count study was in 2009. So I'm not sure why there hasn't been a traffic study or a traffic count of this area that's current. We have fewer students at Stanley than we did a couple of years ago. So we encourage you to seek, and I know you're going to do this, seek individual resident input from all the surrounding Stanley, and get the facts about traffic circulation at drop-off and pickup times, as well as tracking driver speeds all hours of the day. So again, we support speed bumps, and thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker from any of my colleagues? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Sibley.
The next speaker is Jennifer Paul, followed by Jessica Lorden and Lisa Williams.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank you. I had written a letter, but it might have gotten to you a bit late. So I just wanted to go over a few things. Many of the issues that I saw in the tool report were identified 10 years ago when creating the Safe Route to School report. So I am beyond thrilled to see that now, after close to 10 years, we're going to try and implement some of these safety features. I attended the March 30th Trans-Circ meeting, and a few of the items that were recommended for, I'll speak specifically right now about Spring Hill Elementary School. Some of the items that were discussed were not implemented into the staff report. Well, I did hear some discussion tonight about the island. I just want to reiterate how important that is for the island to be looked at. If you are a pedestrian, whether a student or an adult waiting on that island, you are literally in a very vulnerable, dangerous, vicarious, uncomfortable position to be out into the traffic. There have been several crashes at that site since I have lived here for over 15 years that have gone straight through that island. One of the things that was not on there that was discussed was adding red light cameras at Pleasant Hill Road, both at Stanley and the Spring Hill Quant area. Thank you for adding in. I saw that there was a late addition to adding in the school zone flashing signs, so thank you very much for that. One thing that was discussed too was moving the northbound pedestrian push button at Pleasant Hill Road. I sent photos today. You have to stand with your back against traffic, and it's the old school tiny little small button. So that was supposed to have been put in there. And also adding the school assembly crossing sign to the east side. I only see it in the report written as the west side by Spring Hill, but there's supposed to be one also by the Pleasant Hill and Quant Road. My additional request, and I certainly can put it in a TAR, but I thought it was worth saying this evening, is to clean the debris from the south side of Quant Road. I sent some photos to you this evening just to make that walkway usable. And then looking to add a speed bump or a stop sign at Quant and Quant Road. This area gets utilized by Spring Hill, it gets utilized by Acalanes, and Stanley kids are dropped off, whether they use the school bus or not. I'm sorry, whether they use that actual stop, they use it because some parents drop them off for it. And lastly, I am hoping when funds become available, you will redefine the Quant sidewalk from Pleasant Hill Road up to the pipeline, because that gets utilized by so many students. It's just like Mike was saying about using School Street. If this pathway is better defined, we're going to take a lot of kids out of the cars onto the street, onto the sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions from my council colleagues? No. So thank you very much, Mrs. Paul.
The next speaker is Jennifer Lorden, followed by Lisa Williams. Yes. And if anyone else would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Currently, there are no other hands after Lisa.
And welcome.
Hello, Jessica Lorden here. Thanks for a meeting tonight. I know we've done, as a city and a whole, we've done a lot of work and a lot of progress on how we can make our city streets safer for everyone, pedestrians, bicyclists, drivers, right? Having the drivers know where the pedestrians and the cyclists are going to be alleviates stressors from the drivers. So I am wholeheartedly in favor of extending the connector from the Lafayette Moraga Trail all the way down to First Street. We've been talking a lot about how the school's enrollment has and hasn't changed, but I think it's really important to note that this path would be used by everyone. It would be used by people going to the trail. It would be used by people walking to the library. It's a multi-use path for every single citizen in this city. One of the other things is, I wonder, based on the conversations that I've been hearing tonight, who gets the voice in this, right? Are we talking to the residents only on School Street, or are we talking to every single resident in the city who uses this area? And I think that's really important. Back in 1979, I got some info from my neighbors. There was an intermediate school down at Burton called Fairview, and that closed. And every single student now goes through Stanley. And neither the city or the school district has done anything meaningful to really mitigate the huge increase in traffic that we have. And one of the easiest ways is to provide safe passage from wherever they are, be it downtown, be it by the reservoir, be it over in Burton Valley, down into the downtown area and into the schools. I think that's really important. I had one more thing and I can't remember, so I will leave it at that. So thank you. I appreciate it a lot. I know it's a tough decision. I think this is your chance to really show your leadership. I think this is your chance to shine. I think this is your chance to make a difference in the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? And I see nodding, shaking of heads. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa Williams. And if anyone else would like to speak, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
And welcome, Ms. Williams.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for everyone's support and leadership on this call. I am a Lafayette resident and Spring Hill mother, and I just wanted to reiterate Jennifer Paul's comments regarding the pork chop. I'm not sure if I'm able to share my screen. Yes, no. Yes, okay. I'm just going to share a picture just to remind everyone. I see this every day and it just scares me so much. So there's sometimes, 30 plus kids here. Our previous crossing guard, Papa Kim, I remember him running back and forth vigorously through the crosswalk, trying to get kids on the other side of the slip lane to stop and not cross and wait at the pork chop when they could not cross Pleasant Hill Road. So I don't know if that's an option we can look at, is not allowing kids to wait there and adults and everyone else who uses it. I think there is a comment sent into emails that when you're coming down Pleasant Hill Road there, it's a turn. So if a driver was to go straight, it would go right through that pork chop. So that's just a really scary area I really feel like we need to address. And then I also heard Council Member Candell ask about the Briones path from Briones to Spring Hill. And I wanted to see if there's anything that the council members heard back from the district on either opening that back gate or what to do. I did see caution tape there today, which was great to see. There was something done right away temporarily, but I just wanted to see if we can somehow get that addressed as well. And that is it. And thank you so much for all of your support.
Thank you. Are there, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? No, and thank you very much.
The next speaker is Megan Mittman, followed by Jennifer Lieberman, Patricia Risk, and Stella Witherspoon.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Megan Mittman. I live in Burton Valley. Thanks for your time and the chance to speak tonight. I wanted to raise the concept of Vision Zero. I don't think we've brought that up yet tonight. I have to admit, as I've been hearing a lot of the comments, especially references to doing something that's a pilot, to sending things back to Transcirc, to doing hearings, I'm hearing a lot about death by process, right? How can we make these things go away, and how can we have these as reports that sit on the shelf rather than the death of pedestrians and bicyclists in our city and the refusal to allow that to happen anymore? And that's what Vision Zero is focused on. And that's what's different than all these other studies that we've had in the past and all the other times you've had recommendations in front of you, is you now have a policy on how to make trade-off decisions and how to make prioritization decisions. And I think to say that we haven't put this in front of Transcirc yet is, I was just on the Transcirc meeting a few weeks ago where this was in front of them. So I really encourage you to not water things down, to not compromise safety We saw all of these things happen in Burton Valley, and the things that we're hearing tonight are the exact same things that we went through there, where a concept that was really supposed to be about prioritizing pedestrian and bicycle safety turned into a political compromise that got watered down and doesn't really address the true need. And now we have Vision Zero in place, and yet you're saying some of the same things again that we heard there. And I just want to call it out, and I want to ask for your leadership. And I also want to ask for you to revisit your new policy on Vision Zero and to determine if the types of things that you're talking about tonight, like making a pilot and doing rounds and rounds of hearings and doing other studies, is really consistent with what the Vision Zero policy is, or if what's really needed is your leadership to do things to prioritize pedestrian and bicycle safety in our community and focus on no more deaths and severe injuries for pedestrians and bicyclists. So thank you for your time, and I really hope that you will revisit your position on this.
Thank you. Are there Vice Mayor Andori?
Yeah, thank you for your comment, but I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Are you advocating for the $465,000 project that's not in here rather than doing SL9 and SL3?
No, I'm advocating for doing SL9 while you get the money together. I would love for the First Street Trail to go around, say, School Street and go all the way up to the Lafayette Moraga Trail. I think that's the ideal vision, but that's years and years in the future. And you've had stacks of reports telling you that this is an issue.
That's right. When I asked Mike Moran whether we should regard the solution that's here, that's stepped here, as a pilot, I mean, that's what we would do because we don't have the money now to do the other item. So I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying we should do?
Right. No, I would call that a quick build, not a pilot. A pilot implies that you're studying it and that you don't think it's needed. And then we went into this whole discussion about, well, how would we test it? How would we evaluate it? So
okay,
a quick build,
then there's a misunderstanding because I'm saying that we would study that. That would be part of what we would need to look at in order to bolster what we're doing on 465, the permanent project. But I'd also point out, maybe we can ask the city attorney when we return to the full council, but that we need to individually notify property owners. I mean, that's maybe death by process, but it's our legal process that we have to do. We can go, I'm sorry, I wasn't asking a question. I'm just saying if we could, we may have to do that. But so I'll ask the city attorney, but maybe the city attorney can answer once we
back out
finish public comment.
I think that notification could have happened at Transfer or could have happened for tonight if you were serious about moving forward with Vision Zero. If you want to continue process and keep studying things over and over again, then we go back to those reasons. But I appreciate the need for notification, but I also think that the city could have done that in a more expedited manner rather than saying we have to send it back to Transfer and start the process all over again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And if there are no additional questions, we'll go on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Jennifer Lieberman, followed by Patricia Risk, Stella Witherspoon, and Cynthia Saye.
Okay, welcome, Ms. Lieberman.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me here. Jennifer Lieberman, Burton Valley resident, parent of 2 students in Lafayette. I also want to echo Megan's comments that I wholeheartedly support all of the short-term, if you will, recommendations. I think it's really important to do a quick build, particularly of a bike path that goes all the way from the trail to First Street. I also believe language is important. Quick build implies that you guys are going to do this. And that you'll learn from it and adapt, take whatever learnings you have. I think one of the other comments I wanted to make is that people, and I understand those who live on School Street may not see people biking down School Street other than students going to Stanley. And I think we don't decide to build bridges by counting the number of swimmers in the water. There are more people who would like to bike down School Street who are not just students at Stanley. I would consider myself one of them. I have tried to ride my bike from Burton Valley down the trail to downtown, and riding your bike at 8 in the morning or 8:30 during drop off is a really scary proposition. So there are many people who would like to alleviate congestion in downtown Lafayette and not drive and do the right thing for our climate, but it's just really hard. So I think these are tough decisions. We're modernizing our infrastructure. We're moving away from a community that was built around cars, and we're saying that we value all users of our infrastructure. And I know that is tough, but I really think this needs to be a conversation about we instead of me on one street. I also agree that we have passed a Vision Zero policy, and it feels like there is a lot of process here going on. I don't have a clear sense of when this, when these short-term quick builds will be built. I do know that we need to end the school year for the students at Stanley by doing something to fix School Street. And, more and more meetings to study and discuss are not a solution. So I really hope you guys can all take a leadership role in seeing this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Patricia, followed by Stella and Cynthia.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Welcome.
this is Gary Risky. My wife signed in. I just have two comments. One about a bike path from the trail. We live just at the very top of Topper Lane. So the Moraga Trail exits just next to our house. Has there been any consideration? I've heard a number of people talk about the bike path, but has there been any consideration and thought in the discussions, if you're going to do the bike path, about putting that bike path on the south side of the street where the school is, rather than taking away the parking from the residents on the north side of the street and the businesses that sometimes use that parking as well? So that would be my one point of saying I strongly encourage you to consider that option as opposed to putting the bike path in on the north side and taking away the residents' parking. And the second point, and we even talked about this back when the addition to the school was being put in, why isn't the property off of St. Mary's Road used a little more consistently for drop off and pick up? There's plenty of room up there to be able to insert off of St. Mary's Road a proper drop off point, proper pickoff point. You've got space up there, and if you needed to do parking, you'd be able to put some parking up there as well. But certainly in terms of access and egress into the school property, using that area off of St. Mary's Road is certainly another option. So those are the 2 points I wanted to make. Seriously, about the bike path, I would strongly encourage you to consider, if you're going to do that, to focus on the south side of School Street rather than taking away the parking. And again, using the property off of St. Mary's Road. So thank you. And it's pronounced Risky, by the way. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you very much for coming.
The next speaker is Stella Witherspoon, followed by Cynthia. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Good evening, Council. I'm addressing you as a citizen and not in my capacity as a Transcert Commissioner. I want to thank you so very much for placing road safety around schools in your council list of priorities this and next fiscal year, and for committing funds for improvements. I think we're going to be able to get some really good stuff done. I support all the projects before you, but I want to highlight the Spring Hill Elementary Slip Lane Raised Crossing Project, which is SP 12, as very needed, as it has a very high safety impact. I also agree with one of the previous speakers, Jennifer Paul, that Tool did indicate there was no mission from their report, that a relocation of a PED button on Quant and Pleasant Hill Road is needed and recommended. So I think that just doubles the amount of SP 14 from 2,000 to 4,000. And I want to bring your attention to a safety concern raised by parents that's not addressed in the list of projects in front of you tonight, but for which Tool is researching solutions. It's protecting pedestrians while they are standing in the Spring Hill Road and Pleasant Hill Road pedestrian refuge island or pork chop. I sent you an email with some illustrations and these points, but late in the day, so you may not have had a chance to see it yet, but I'll just summarize some of the points. Numerous parents have submitted tours and have relayed that it's not safe to stand in the pedestrian island for at least 6 reasons. One is that the island itself sticks out about 13.7 feet into the roadway when you compare it to the edge of Pleasant Hill Road on the north side of Spring Hill Road. The island is located on a very tight curve on Pleasant Hill Road. If a vehicle were to follow the alignment of Pleasant Hill Road heading southbound, starting only 280 feet north of Spring Hill Road, and just didn't make the turn, didn't shift their wheel, they would continue straight and hit the island directly. It's been reported that 2 vehicles have struck the island and crossed into the pedestrian area. I took a picture that has some chips in the north faces of 3 of the curbs and shows a replacement of 1 section. And I believe those are signs of the vehicle impacts. Pleasant Hill Road is signed 35 miles per hour, but we all know the prevailing speeds are 40, 50 miles per hour, also due to the significant downhill grade from Rancho View all the way down to the hill. So the compounded effect of these characteristics is why parents do not feel that the island is safe with only the protection of a 6-inch concrete curb. And the requests are to install a barrier or bollard at the north edge of the island to give pedestrians some added degree of safety, and that something is better than nothing. There's some examples in New York City of gumdrop shaped bollards at the end caps of pedestrian refuge islands. And this is something that I've discussed with Mike and Tool. And Tool needs to research this further. Asking is that council actively support that work and direct staff to work with Tool on pursuing measures to increase the safety of our most vulnerable users at that location, who are Spring Hill Elementary students and parents who choose to leave their cars at home and walk or bike to school, which is something that we all should laud. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for wrapping that up. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? And thank you for the detail that you did submit. I'm reasonably certain earlier with the nodding that everyone was able to read both of those thoughtful emails. And our next speaker.
Next speaker is Cynthia Saye, followed by Lauren Herpick. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Currently, Lauren is the last speaker.
Hi, this is Cynthia Say. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm a Spring Hill parent. I have 2 boys who are in 1st grade and 4th grade at Spring Hill. I live right off of Pleasant Hill Road between Spring Hill Road and Release Valley. So as you can imagine, we walk to and from school every day. And I unfortunately have to witness and feel anxious every time we're walking to and from school because of all of the reasons you guys have heard this evening. And so I know a lot of these things have been discussed, but what I want to focus on, just in reiterating, is the safety at the Pork Chop Island, which is where my kids and many other children stand every day to cross. People, particularly in the morning, are just very heavily speeding down that road. It is routinely nerve-wracking to be anywhere near Pleasant Hill Road because of how much cars try to run through the red lights. It's very concerning that there aren't any barriers in front of that area. And I know Stella just mentioned that, and the suggestions from other places like in New York, it seems that should be something more done there to protect pedestrians, because you're basically just this target for any sort of a driver who's irresponsible or isn't paying attention or loses control over their car. And then in addition to the safety features of the Pork Chop Island, Another thing that was discussed in the previous meeting, which I think is really critical to have prioritized as well, is having that raised crosswalk from the pork chop island over to the sidewalk that runs along Spring Hill. Many people, as again, I'm sure you know, and you might recall from that video of the previous meeting, are coming around Spring Hill Road. And when they're approaching the crosswalk, they're not looking towards the crosswalk. They're looking back up Pleasant Hill Road because they're merging into that traffic. And so there's been many times where I've had to like run in front of my kids or grab someone else's kid because someone's, speeding, or the person slams on their brakes and almost runs into people into the crosswalk, despite the fact that everyone knows it's pick up and drop off, despite the fact that there's a crossing guard there. It's just a really, the crosswalk itself is not in an ideal location, I think, because it's on a blind corner. And so also for the children who are leaving Spring Hill School and getting ready to cross across that crosswalk, they can't often even see the cars coming. So having some sort of visual path, that's not so obstructed, like cutting the vegetation and whatnot, will help. But I think if you create some sort of slowing down and that approach, and creating that raised crosswalk so that it creates that natural hump, or those, I can't think of those rumbler noise that strips, anything that can be done there would be really critical to helping the safety. And obviously we all want to prioritize the kids being safe and people walking being safe and no accidents. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Lauren Herpick. And there are currently no other speakers at this time.
Okay, welcome, Ms. Herpick.
Hi, Council. Good to see you. So Lauren Herpick, Moraga Boulevard. So I went into this meeting tonight feeling really positive. I know I talked to you, Mayor Geringer, today, and I was just super excited that this was on the agenda, that we were feeling like we were making great progress. And then this feeling that we were going to end this school year in a much better note than how it started. And I'll be honest, I don't feel as positive right now. I will say it worries me that no notification was given to the neighbors. I really would have loved to have seen that either tonight or at the previous Transcirc meeting, because as Megan Mittman explained, we need action. And this is the opportunity to do it. And I believe Mike Moran, I was like, thank you so much for putting all this together and supporting this. I know we've talked, and it's so great to hear that the city is behind this idea. I think this is the time, though, we need to have official public comment, and the neighbors needed to be notified of this officially. But because we did get some public comment, it's not official, but from what I've heard tonight, here's some of my kind of gut reactions. To be honest, how much parking does someone really need? I asked this too, because I know a lot of the houses on School Street, they have 2-car garages. You have a 2-car garage, and you also have a driveway that can fit 2 more cars. Do you really need more parking in front of your street at the expense of safety of children? And to be honest with you, there is a parking lot across the street at Stanley that could be used on weekends and in evenings. As a parent reminded me, as we were talking tonight up in Spring Hill, on Quant Road, they actually took away 8 parking spots in front of 4 houses, and it works. People are happy about it. Also too, as someone who does live near the trail, I can guarantee you trails and bike paths are good for property value. So for any neighbor who is concerned that their property value is going to be diminished because of a lack of 2 additional parking spots or a parking spot in front of your house, I would rethink that strongly. I also want to echo what Jennifer Lieberman said. We do not count swimmers when we're going to build bridges. Perhaps this is the reason why we don't see the neighbors on School Street may not see as many people biking down School Street. And just to quickly give you some of my personal experience, we bike down School Street all the time during the school hours, in the evening, on the weekends, going to and from T-ball at Stanley. We hate it. Even on the weekends, you have to go from sidewalk to street to sidewalk to street, pass through pedestrians. It is not safe for anybody.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Herpick. And I
The
do
next-
see, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor, there is another speaker. The next speaker has a Zoom name starting with First Presbyterian, and that person will come in now. And if they could please introduce themselves to the council, that would be great. And there are no other hands raised for this item after this speaker.
Hi, I'm sorry
Welcome.
about that.
Hi, Ms. Kephart.
Hi, I'm Cindy Toll Kephart. And as you can see, I'm using my church Zoom right now, so I'm sorry for this. I want to thank each and every one of you and all the work that has been done for this. My husband Murray and I live at on School Street, right at the trail. And after the public meeting, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, or the school site meeting, there was a orange pylons have been put across the gate to the trail and all the way up to Paradise. And it has made a tremendous difference. Just there's so much more safety for those kids coming off the path and going to or from school. Stanley. So Murray and I strongly support a permanent bike path from the gate up to Paradise. And with regrets to my neighbors, my close neighbors, Bill and Marilyn and others, we would also support from Paradise all the way up to First Street, because it makes so much sense to have that kind of safe bicycling. It seems to me that the parking a few years ago, when I spent a little time on this, that much of the parking on School Street was being done by school staff. And while they were parking on School Street, there were empty spots in the school parking lot. So it wasn't that they didn't have an opportunity to park in there. So thank you very much for your work. I would highly recommend it. In the meantime, the orange pylons are doing great. And by the way, even before, when there was no orange pylon bike path, my husband and I always backed into our driveway so we could front out, because it's not, so that we could drive front wise out onto School Street. We found it was never comfortable trying to back onto School Street. So I think that regardless whether there's a bike path there or not, it's wise, sorry, Bill, to back into the driveway and front out. So thank you very much. Trust you have a good evening. Bye now.
Thank you. Welcome. Are there any questions for the speaker? And thank you. Thank you for coming this evening. And this is the last opportunity for public comment. And so I don't see any hands raised right now. Confirming that with you, Suzanne?
That is correct, Mayor. There are no other hands raised.
Okay, so I want to thank all of the speakers who came forward. And I do have a couple of questions that were raised by a number of speakers that I would like to ask on their behalf. And I'm sure that if I missed something, one of my colleagues will have remembered it, or staff will be prepared to answer that. One of the questions I think that did come up is what notification did we do? Were there postcards that were sent, or any additional notification efforts to the neighbors in the area around either School Street or Spring Hill?
Just the efforts we did with the stakeholders at the schools and the school walkabouts. There was nothing different than our noticing for Transportation and Circulation Commission meetings. So there were no, and I might add that even the staff recommendations at TransCirc, we didn't know what was going to come back and be referred up to the council. For example, this section between the trail and Paradise, I think everybody thought we definitely want to try that no matter what. But there was discussion, and there was an add-in of the trail, using the bike path, the parking for the bike path between Paradise and First Street as well. So until that last Trans-Circ meeting, which is like the day before I needed to do this staff report, we didn't even know what was going to be recommended to the council to consider. So that's why I put in my staff report. Typically, when we change parking, we have a resolution that in and of itself is a public forum. So how extensive that process needs to be, I just wanted to call the attention to it. Also, because I know that removing parking is always a little bit contentious, no matter where it is. And, we've already heard from some that they'd rather not have it. And we've heard from many that they think it's a better use to allocate this for a dedicated bike path. So there was no specific noticing to individual property owners that would lose parking in front of their homes.
So Councilmember Kendall, is this related to just this question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mala, are we legally required to notify if we remove parking?
Under both the vehicle code and our Muni code, there's a requirement to adopt a resolution, but there is no additional noticing requirement. The prohibition on no parking doesn't go into effect until signage is placed. And so what I suspect might happen is after the signage is placed, you will hear from members of the public who live in that immediate area if previous notice hasn't been given.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a good clarification question. Vice Mayor Andori.
Then a follow-up to that. If we need a resolution, that means we would need to do it at a subsequent meeting?
Correct.
And that would lead into, I think, what the next question, because and this is partly a clarification for me, but also came up as part of the public comment. These items tonight, if we determine that we want to go through with all of them, some of them, add some to it, then it goes, you continue the planning and the design, that's already begun on some of these, according to your staff report. It would come back if the amounts were higher after we approve, it would come back to council. But I believe I heard you say you would take to Trans-Circ the second batch. So I guess my question is, does this need to go back to Trans-Circ, this particular piece of the puzzle or the project?
I don't believe this particular piece of the puzzle does need to go back to Trans-Circ. They already made their recommendations. Right. They're aware that, for example, the recommendation of SL9 will require deletion of parking, and they thought it was important enough to still refer it and make the decision that they want to move forward with that. And regarding the cost, you're right. I'm looking for permission and funding to go and implement these things. The one exception that I couldn't move full speed ahead on would be where we need a resolution to delete parking.
Okay, and could that, go ahead, Vice Mayor Anduri, or maybe you're asking the same thing.
Well, the follow-up question again here, and I guess it's for the city attorney and for Mike. Mike, you just said that Trans-Circ has made their recommendation. Would that mean, in your mind, we could just have this come back to the council? We could discuss how we notify affected parties, but rather than items SL2 and SL9 going to Trans-Circ, they would come back directly to the council.
If Mala is okay with that, I think that is certainly your fastest course. And again, the Trans-Circ is aware of the trade-offs, and they were in favor of that. So really what you're faced with is, would we remove parking to allow these improvements to be put in place?
Okay, another follow-up question. Mala, you said it was the vehicle code that requires a resolution, or which code?
The vehicle code section is 22507, and then our Lafayette Municipal Code mirrors that, and I believe it's 8-890.
Okay, so these are codified in state law and in our code. So I just want to ask, does our adoption of Vision Zero override that?
Our adoption of Vision Zero didn't, if I'm not mistaken, it didn't actually implement preventing no parking in specific areas. Did I miss that?
No, I'm because we adopted Vision Zero, so we can go ahead and do this. But I would, based on my limited legal experience, we would have to go forward with the resolution. Our adopting the policy wouldn't override the state.
No, correct. Vision Zero is kind of the overarching policy, but then this individual implementation, for instance, of no parking needs to be done by resolution.
Okay, thanks.
And clarifying again that it could, none of these need to go, and with all due respect to Transarc, who has done an incredible job getting us to this point, these Spring Hill, this, and I'm going to call it batch one because that's what Mike called it. These are going to go forward, and they're coming straight back to us with if there are any changes that need to come back to us. And I know we haven't made decisions yet on what it is. We can have this resolution about the parking in order to implement some of the recommendations, come back to us. Let's just say for the sake of timing at the next meeting on April 25th, I could see maybe people saying no, but let's say it could come back, we could do that, correct? Okay, so I see nodding of heads. Any more questions on kind of the resolution and how we deal with parking? And the other piece of that would be that, thank you, Vice Mayor Andori, we would do the notifications to make sure that residents were aware that that was coming back, and there would be ample opportunity for public comment at that time. The other question that came up throughout the comment period about the path was, had we looked at putting this, and this may be for Drew or for Mike, but looked at putting the path on the south side of the street or on the school side of School Street?
So I'll take this one because Drew could probably answer it, but I have a little more history on this. We have looked at both sides of School Street over at least the last decade, going back at least beyond James Henkamp and our transportation planning staff. The obvious reason for the north side is it is the direct connection without any crossing of School Street from the trail to the First Street pathway. So it's contiguous. And one of the speakers tonight, one of the commenters tonight, talked about crossing and then going up a block and then crossing again. The other issue there is that the frontage along the school itself, so it'd be basically from the path, and then I guess you'd cross to the school side, to the south side. And that's not a great crossing location either because it's on a corner. But that's problematic already because that's that parking lot that people are coming in and out of. And there's already complaints about how congested that is and having kids walk on that portion of the street along that frontage. So if we were to do that, it could certainly be something that we could consider as part of a permanent solution. But you'd kind of have to have dual delineation, if you will, across that parking lot. You'd have to have sort of a curb of some sort and then another delineation between the vehicles and the bicycles, because you basically have an open parking lot there that you're dealing with. So there's just a lot of conflict points. And what we'd rather do is corral the kids at one crosswalk and cross them, particularly if now that crosswalk is more protected with a speed hump and a rapid rectangular flashing beacon to let drivers know that kids are crossing. So that's why the recommendations are what they are. Long term, we certainly could look at jogging this back and forth across School Street if we were to go into a full design for a permanent solution. But the quick build really does lend itself to the north side of the street, which is basically plastic delineators of some form, as a barrier between vehicles and, bicycles, without a crossing across School Street to get back to the path or to get back to the path at First Street that already exists.
Thank you. And I think that captured most of the comments. I know that I do want to just give one update, such as it is. Councilmember Kendall brought up the Briones, the path to the front of the school. And I have talked to President Sturm of the school board, and he and I are also then talking to East Bay Regional Park. The Superintendent Whitmore is the point of contact currently on that issue, in terms of if people have concerns to please reach out to him, not necessarily right now to the principal. There has been caution tape put up along the trail that is the East Bay Regional Park Trail, and some anyway, a caution tape has gone up and to limit and to delineate where the path is from the parking. And so that is a short term, and the city did not do it. As best I can tell, the school district isn't sure how that was done. And I don't believe that East Bay Regional Park has done it, but we are having conversations with the school district, and now reaching out also to East Bay Regional Park District, because there seems to be the thought on the part of the school district that East Bay Regional Park doesn't want that back gate open. And for years, that's how students went through there, and then the gate got locked. But during the pandemic, they didn't want students coming in off that back way. So right now, that caution tape is a short-term visual on that, but mostly this is directed to Lisa Williams, who has brought this to us. And I know that I believe Cynthia and several others have. So we're working through that with the district and East Bay Regional Park to see what can be done. I personally have not liked that people park at that location since my girls went to school there over 20 years ago. And had suggested various things along the way, and actually sorry that it's still an issue there. So anyway, that was that additional update. And I think those were most of the questions. If my colleagues remembered a question that you want to ask on behalf of a constituent or public commenter, please do so. I do have some other questions, but I'll turn over the floor for any other comments from council members. And not seeing any. Do we want to, do we have council members who want to, well, here we'll just start with, do we want to make a motion, or do we have council members who want to discuss items that were brought up earlier? So Council Member, Vice Mayor Anduri, and then Council Member Quag.
Okay, well, I think we should have a brief discussion before we get to the motion. I want to thank staff, Transcert Commission, and all the people who commented today, because obviously a lot has gone into this. And there's been, obviously, if you compare the staff recommendation to Transcert to what came to us, Transcert was very active in adding things to this. Where I'm coming out is that I agree that we should direct staff to complete quick build plans and solicit contractor cost to complete work for the recommended alternatives listed in tables 1 and 2, other than items SL2 and SL9. And we should also direct staff to work with Tool on the additional safety measure on the pork chop at Spring Hill School. I think that's very important. And then with respect to 2 and 9, I think, we can't, I don't want to prejudge an outcome on this, since we're going to be going out and asking citizens to come in. But personally, I have to say, I'm very excited about a link, albeit a quick fix link, between the trail and First Street. Because I think, that's one that if you build it, they will come. If you build a safe link that connects Burton Valley down through there, down to the library, the Park Theater, all the shopping, people will use it. So I think that's very exciting. But we do need the due process of another meeting to adopt the resolution and to listen with open minds to everyone who speaks on that item. And then I would also, I understand that we're in an unusual situation here. I think this is unusual in that we're approving the first batch for a certain amount of money. Mike, I really appreciate your estimate on the second batch. And even though it adds up to $1 million and we have basically set aside 500,000, this is one of our top priorities. So I think this is an example of we have to find the money. And when batch 2 comes in, I think we approve batch 1 tonight, and we just have to be ready to find the money for batch 2. So that's where I come out on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Quat.
What he said.
Okay.
No, you took almost every single word out of my mouth, except let me just say that just to reiterate a few things, I'm actually very proud of where we are at this point in time, because in Christmas time, we talked about how important it was to move quickly on this. And I want to thank Tool Design and the staff and TransCirc and all the community members who, you should see all those letters and all that level of detail and photographs. This is a big community effort that really marshaled forward in a very quick period of time to get here on April 11th. Look over 10 years worth of reports to consolidate all those in, do the walking tours, and really come up with bringing it up to date. So those were all the things we asked for just 4 or 5 months ago. We wanted to have a prioritized list and action items that we could fund, and we wanted to do this by the summertime so that when school was out, we could do it. So I think we're in an excellent position here, and I want to just acknowledge everybody who has gotten us here. And so I'm very hopeful that we're really right on the right track. I also, one thing I'm excited about is that connecting the bike path to the downtown, right? So whether we call that the quick build, but I'm also interested in the more permanent, how do we make a beautiful bike path there that will be not just for school children, but for our whole community, to connect that side of Burton Valley all the way to downtown. That is critically important to our future. And it's not just about school. So it is bigger piece for me that I'm happy to see that we work on. So my other comment would just be the money piece, which is that we did set aside $500,000 for this, and boy, that money goes quickly, doesn't it? Because this is already 600,000, and we're not even done yet. Even at $1 million, we're not even done yet. I think there are the other things on the list as that are the midterm and long-term ones that are really juicy, interesting, good projects that I'm not so clear on today of what's going to happen to those. I don't think this project was only looking at the quick builds. Yes, we should definitely roll and get things going for this summer, but I sort of would like to know on Moraga Way and can we do some pickup over there to alleviate pressure on the School Street pickups? And okay, it's $400,000. Well, if it makes sense to do it, I'd like to see that get, we should raise the money to go do those things to have the right solutions in place for our schools. So I think this comes back to also just raising more money, or thinking about how we're going to raise the money that we don't have. And I would, not dive too deep into that today, except to remind ourselves again that we really need to go looking for more money for the city to do the wonderful things that we want to do. These are all worthy things, but we need money. We're going to have to raise the money to go do this. It's not free. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Dawson?
I get to say what he said and what he said. So I'm going to build on that. And Councilmember Kwok, I know also refers to our fourth priority, which is looking for those funds. So I just want to remind the community that that is also very important to follow up on doing the things we want to do, as well as doing the things we have to do. Having the capital improvement projects meeting just a couple weeks ago, keeping our roads in good shape is really important to our safety vision. So we need to make sure we're not cannibalizing any of those funds and really looking for how to expand on what we need to do. I also wanted to just call out due respect for the residents who spoke tonight and who were speaking about the parking, just to make sure that we respect your opinions. And I know we went through this similarly in Burton Valley. It's important to have the voices of all the neighbors and stakeholders. And we hope you come out again for the next meeting so that we hear that and you have more information about what these plans are. under your belts as well. So thank you for coming out tonight, and hopefully we'll see you and more of your neighbors if you let them know as well to come out, so we hear from all of you. Thank you.
And to add to that, we will be proactively doing the notifications as well. So Councilmember Candell, and then I'll.
Yes, and I agree with he and she. We're just building. I do have, and I appreciate all the work's going on. I do have one possible, improvement, and it is that path on the east side of the school that Mayor Garinger was talking about. And if I look at the whole Vision Zero thing, the number of kids and the safety needs at that spot, the pork chop way outweighs that area to me. And so if we could possibly have recommend to staff that take that $146,000 and somehow do something good for the pork chop, plus all the other things that Jen Paul put in there, changing, adding the other sign on the other side, so was it 12B is now 4,000, and clean the debris and all those little pieces. If we could do all of that for 146 somehow, that would be my recommendation.
I'm pulling back up so
they don't have to come back to us, right? I want to make it so that we do something and they don't have to come back to us and see if we can figure this out.
Right. And so I think it's just, I'm going back to the report just to pull, because I had made a note of the signage on the other side of Pleasant Hill Road, I think, in clarifying what Jen Paul had said. And then an additional pedestrian buttons. I think both of them Stella and Jen pointed out that would increase that. I'm coming back to where the
cleaning the debris.
Yeah, and that's in the report, right? Cleaning up the debris on the other side of the road, because the vegetation and cleaning up on the part where you're going around. For those of you who didn't see the video at the Transcert meeting, as you come around and stuff that Stella had provided, there's vegetation right before the crosswalk at the channelized right turn, and so that was that vegetation. But the other, Councilmember Candell, you're bringing on the other side of the
on Quant, right?
Yeah.
And what about the red light cameras? What would red light cameras get us? Mike, maybe you're the person to.
So red light cameras came up as a conversation piece, but kind of like a 15-mile-per-hour school zone speed limit. I think it's something you want to look at citywide and not at it just a specific location. It's a conversation. It's a legal conversation. It's an enforcement conversation. It's a who do we hire to make it enforced, because it's not something your police could do right now. You have somebody that typically reviews those. So it's kind of beyond the scope of quick build, if you will.
Got it. That was my impression as well. So for me, if we could take that 146.5, maybe not do a complete path, but just, put some barriers there to protect some kids on the east side instead of redoing the entire path, improving the pork chop, and then making the other push button lights and adding the signs for the total. I think that would be a better proposal for me today.
So you're suggesting modifying SP 13, which is where the 146, that's what I was going to the report, to do that. Looking at other council members because the other piece there is that I think it would be great to have no parking in that location. Ultimately, even if there's no parking, it needs a path through there.
And if that's the fix, that's the fix.
If we could look at it, anyway. So does that? So we're saying don't do the whole path for the 146, or what Councilmember Candell is suggesting. I'm going to summarize kind of hopefully where we were, but as we started out. And so my comments also is thank you all very much, all of my colleagues, for the, actually, we're very close to moving the bulk of this forward, and I too am very excited. And with the pieces that others have recommended, members of the public recommended. So basically what I have heard is that we will approve everything in tables 1 and 2, except, and this is tonight, except for SL2 and SL9, which we will bring back. And I would like to say, Mala.
Can we add SL14 as well to bring back as part of the resolution?
Okay, because it is the, okay, thank you.
No parking.
Yeah. And I would like to propose that we make that a date certain, and that's at the next meeting. And hopefully that would give us plenty of time to do the notifications and be able to get the public here and to have that discussion so that all of the design and those efforts and bidding can go forward. And again, I also want to echo my colleagues, and particularly Councilmember Kwok. This is about as close to, when we move this forward, to actually coming in, we're having the meeting at the time that staff said that they were shooting for. So huge thanks to everybody. And I don't want to reiterate all of it, but I don't think we acknowledged our partners at the school district as much as well. So a huge team effort. So anyway, back to what I think will eventually, be a motion, but also looking at the pork chop and putting in, and I know Tool is working on that, but we as a council I believe that's a priority, looking at some sort of barrier option there. And then the additional items, pedestrian buttons on both sides, additional signage, cleaning up debris off of Quant. Let's see, I think those were the.
And then not necessarily making a pathway.
Right. And SP, right. And so really modifying SP 13 to use that money to do some of these other things, and then looking at that area, and maybe it's not a path to connect it through there. And so that doesn't feel like very clear direction to staff, other than if the rest of the council agrees, we'd like to prioritize those other items, including that pork chop barrier, out of that path money. So Vice Mayor Andrew.
So I'll move direction to the staff just as Mayor Geringer stated it.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Kendall, thank you. Any other staff before we go for the vote? Do you need more direction?
And then there'll be a second motion on the money.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
No, I think it's clear. Basically, it would put a hold on SP 13, the path on the east side of the school, and utilize that for some of the comments we heard tonight, the pork chop aisle and the push buttons, the signage, the Quant walkway, and clearing that up. And I actually took note of exactly when that was in this meeting that Jennifer came on. I will go back and thoroughly listen to it, but I also took notes at that time. So I think that's clear.
Okay, thank you. And so Councilmember Kwok.
Sorry, I don't know if the discussion is already closed, but my comment on the pork chop is certainly we heard a lot tonight about how to protect that area there and how now to divert money in order to do that project. But I do wonder whether whatever you put there, if a car is coming at 55 miles an hour and it hits it, it's going to go right through it, right? So we really also need to think of what's the structural solution here, not the optical solution, right? That looks like you're protected, but it actually, unfortunately, may not be the thing. So I'm not a technical consultant on this. I don't know if a two-foot concrete wall actually stops a 50-foot, truck from going through or not. But if it doesn't, I think let's not fool ourselves into thinking this Band-Aid is going to work, and that we have to really look at safety on that intersection in a different way for those fast cars coming down. And let's just be sure we're solving the right problem and not putting the Band-Aid on it.
And I think that is thank you. And I think that direction is that Tool is working on this, and what the solution is there, and a combination of traffic calming. And so what we're doing is saying that we would like you to prioritize that. And whether it's a barrier, and I probably said barrier more than I should have, but I think it is that solution that works as calming and creating more comfort and safety, how those tools work.
A force field, just get a force field.
And other suggestions were that is there a way to stop the students, and I know that has signal timing, but anyway, I don't want to solve the problem, but there was a discussion about, do you keep the students on this school side of the crosswalk and get them over and across the road without having 30 people standing in the middle of the pork chop? And so, Drew, you have direction to provide solutions. So, and so if there isn't further discussion, we'll do a vote on this item, and then we will come back to do a discussion and vote on the money decision. So Councilmember Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And so we have unanimously passed on the project side, with thanks and all of those things again. And now we will move over to the recommendation on authorizing the release of funds from the Vision Zero Capital Improvement Seed Fund, and then fund transfer in the amount of $112,000 from the general fund to fund 014620906. And do we have discussion, or Councilmember Dawson?
I was going to say so moved.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, Councilmember Candell. And are there any other comments or discussion? Okay, so we will conduct a roll call vote. Councilmember Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And so we have approved that motion as well. And just again, I think throughout this discussion, everyone, from every person who has had anything to do with this particular item, I hope you feel the appreciation and the gratitude of the council members, and I believe ultimately the community, in the work that we're doing, and we will continue to do. And Mike, thank you for your leadership on getting this back to us.
And Tool Group.
And Tool, but ultimately, I know Mike has just been living and breathing this for a very long time. And so thank you. And of course, thank you, Drew. So, okay, so we will move on to the next agenda item. And it is 9:18 and we've been going since 7. Do we want to take a quick break as we had started out earlier in our term here? Okay, great. So why don't we take, set your time for 5 minutes, but it looks like that should be at about 9:23, give or take a few seconds. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, we will resume the Lafayette City Council meeting. And we are on agenda item number 8, under staff reports and density bonus ordinance review. And who am I?
Nancy Tran will.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Nancy.
Hi. Let me just. You seeing my PowerPoint?
I see you're sharing your screen, but I do not see anything yet. There you go.
Good evening, councilors. Tonight I'll be discussing the review of the density bonus ordinance, which City Council added last June as a secondary work plan priority for fiscal year 2021-2022. The state density bonus law was first adopted in 1979. It allows developers to obtain more favorable local development requirements in exchange for offering to build or donate land for affordable or senior units. For projects proposing on-site affordable housing, there are 3 categories of benefits that developers may seek. One is additional residential density exceeding zoning standards. Another is incentives or concessions to offset the cost of providing affordable housing on site, and waivers to deviate from development standards that would physically preclude the construction of a project. The city adopted its local density bonus ordinance in 2014, incorporating the state mandate at the time and included additional provisions. Since 2014, a number of state legislation around housing has passed that affect the city's local ordinance and review of affordable housing projects. Staff has identified 3 issues in the local ordinance for reevaluation. Hearing body for different tiers, 2, public art incentive, and 3, state and legislative updates. The first issue is the hearing body for different tiers. Depending on the requested concession or incentive requested, the tiered system encourages less impactful requests with a lower hearing body and those with more impacts to the community requiring city council review. Because of the ordinance's catch-all other provision under tier 3, which is called out in red, council has been the final hearing body for most of the density bonus projects that have come before the city, since applicants have requested a variety of incentives that were not specifically listed in the ordinance. With SB 330, also known as the 2019 Housing Crisis Act, prohibiting more than 5 public hearings for housing projects, 2 meetings have often been reserved for city council if requested incentives aren't listed. By removing city council's required review, it'll allow the lower hearing bodies more meetings to thoroughly evaluate projects. This would be more efficient review process and would still allow city council to be the final hearing body if an appeal is filed as the 5th meeting. Staff recommends modifying the tiers to eliminate the city council review for requested incentives. The second issue concerns the public art incentive. For applicable projects in the downtown, public art equivalent to not less than 1% of the final construction cost is required as a public art installation or as an in lieu fee towards the city's public art fund. However, the provision in the density bonus state law and the city ordinance allows for this fee to be waived under tier 1, and under the ordinance, it's under the zoning administrator review. I'd like to clarify that further reduction from the minimum public art requirement could still be sought, but the request would be considered by a higher tiered hearing body. The Public Art Committee seeks to modify the public art incentive language to request a reduction in the public art requirement rather than a complete waiver from the art installation or in lieu fee. The intent is to secure the continuance of the Public Art Committee's commission and the city's commitment to nurturing a robust and inclusive public art program. For this, staff recommends amending the incentive language with respect to public art. And the third final issue is regarding state legislative updates. There have been many amendments to the state density bonus in the past few years that are not reflected in the city's current ordinance, which was last updated in 2014. Some notable changes include increased density bonus up to 50%, which was previously 35%, reduced parking ratio, eligibility for a fourth incentive, which was previously 3, impact fee limits, and the prohibition from requiring pro forma or other documentation for requested incentives. The city is required to comply with the updated regulations, so the ordinance should be updated for consistency with state law. As an alternative, the city may adopt the state law by citation while maintaining the city-specific provisions such as the tiered hearing body review. Considering that state law will continue to evolve and expand for affordable housing development, the city attorney supports citing the state law since it would not necessitate staff time or hiring a consultant for zoning text amendments for future state law changes. For this, staff recommends amending zoning text to include a citation to state law rather than periodically updating the ordinance to conform with the state law. Overall, staff recommends that City Council direct staff to prepare a zoning text amendment of the ordinance. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Nancy. Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you. Yeah, so I understand. I think I remember when Councilmember Burks was saying, why are we reviewing these? And so a big clarification, I thought SB 330 wouldn't have allowed an appeal. And it sounded like in this report, if we decided to give up our 2 city council members, we could still have an appeal, and SB 330 allowed that. That's different than what I remember. Is that how is that interpreted, Mala?
SB 330 allows an appeal. It just counts towards the 5 hearings. So we're always capped at the 5 hearings. But I think, as Nancy mentioned, the goal would be to make sure that it gets concluded at 4 hearings at the Planning Commission level, such that if appeal is needed or is processed, council would still have 1 more hearing within the 5 hearings to hear the appeal.
Got it. And so the request tonight, just to get the understand, the request tonight is to not reserve 2 meetings that we've been typically doing, reserve 1 meeting. That's kind of implied in here, not really spelled out, I think. And then also maybe change the requirements.
And to make the Planning Commission the final decision-making body for, I think, most of these applications, if not all of these applications, such that the council would only hear the item if it was appealed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, excuse me, from council members? Okay, seeing none, we will go to public comment, and any members of the public who would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand, and Suzanne Erla will work her magic on bringing you over.
The first person to speak on this item is David Clark. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Welcome back, Mr. Clark.
Thank you very much. I've got a comment on each of these recommendations. So this is by necessarily going to be quick, but with respect to recommendation number 1, what you were just talking about, the tiering, it bothers me a little bit that the city council gets taken out of the equation except for appeals. You're the electeds and you're supposed to be the ones hearing the tough issues. But I get the efficiency argument. It may be efficient overall. I'm not sure it's going to be more efficient for the Planning Commission, because that tiering, all those things that are currently in tier 3 are going to be heard by somebody, presumably the Planning Commission. So there's still going to be a lot of work involved, but I'll leave my comment with recommendation 1 at that. Recommendation 2, with respect to the Public Art Committee, is the one I really want to address. It reminds me of a story where the 2 guys go in the woods and scare up a bear, and they run, and the bear's chasing both of them. One of them says to the other, "I don't think I can outrun a bear." And the other fellow says, or the other person says, "Neither could I, but I can outrun you." And that's kind of what the Public Art Committee, to me, has a big target on its back. It's got the highest incentive rate at 1%. It's the single highest rate, and it gets disposed of at the lowest possible tier. And even there, it's a complete waiver. So I would really encourage you to do something to improve the chances the Public Art Committee has to run the gauntlet of having something left. And so, for example, if you look at some of the other verbs in the tiering, some of those fees are deferred, some of them are reduced. I don't think any other is outright waived. So I would encourage you to do something then to improve the situation for the Public Art Committee, because as it is right now, frankly, that's the low-hanging fruit. And it seems to me that would always be the first incentive or concession to be grabbed by somebody that's looking for concessions. With respect to recommendation number 3, I have mixed feelings about this one. I think I'm opposed to incorporating by reference the state statute. It's not like we're electing in or out of the state statute. The state law is going to apply whether it's incorporated by reference into the Lafayette Municipal Code or not. So my concern is if we incorporate it by reference, it's like putting it on automatic pilot. And I don't know, I would think fewer people would read it. But there's that. And then in some situations, SB 9, for example, SB 9 had a toggle provision that the city could act on if it wanted to or not. Or we didn't have to follow SB 10. Some of those things require some action. And I'm not sure just incorporating a statute by reference is going to draw attention to and response to the necessary action that we could take to improve our position with respect to some of the housing laws that we've seen already, and I would assume in the future. The last thing is we need to limit the scope to only the housing ordinances, because as it stands right now, it looks like it's everything that comes up in state law. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? I don't think I see any hands raised. Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. And are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to the council on this item? Please raise your hand.
Mayor, I do not see any other hands raised.
Great, thank you. So bringing it back to the council for a discussion and deliberation. Any council, Vice Mayor Andori? And you're on mute.
Oh, I thought I clicked that. Okay, a couple questions for the city. First, the public art, it's now 1%. I believe the proposal from the Public Art Committee is to make it at least 1/10 of 1%. Can it be higher than 1/10 of 1%? And do we have the discretion to set that at any level, or is there a legal issue with that we should be aware of?
You can't, I guess someone could come in and request for a full waiver, if that's your question, Vice Mayor Anduri. You can have different thresholds of which tier is hearing the different percentage, but a waiver could be requested of the full amount. Okay, well, I think then the Public Art Committee may be laboring under a misconception, because I think they're thinking they've received advice that that there's a minimum that they can set, that even if the 1% is waived, there's still a 1/10 of 1% if the ordinance is changed that would apply. Is that not correct? No, I think an applicant can request a full waiver, and we'll have to decide if we want to or we're able to grant it. But they could request. The art requirement is really a design standard, is how it's couched. So I could go into complicated legal issues, but it could be a full waiver. I think there are ways that we're trying to mitigate it and work with applicants so that they can provide a nice designed project and maybe reduce the amount so that it's a win-win for everyone. But there could be situations where a full waiver is requested.
Okay, so what is your recommendation on this item, on the second item, the public art item?
I think we'd probably work with Nancy and bring it back in a way that balances both perspectives. I don't have the exact language, but I think if we could work with what the art committee wants, but it may not be the exact desires of the committee, but also, as I mentioned, trying to couple the requirements of state law and density bonus law.
Okay. And then my second question relating to Mr. Clark's comment, even if we incorporate by reference, we can still amend our statute if we want to take advantage of an ambiguity in state law or a choice that state law offers the way SB 9 offered. So we're not, I just want to confirm, we're not precluded from doing that if we agree to this recommendation to incorporate by reference.
That's correct, Vice Mayor Anduri. I think the intent was just to reference the applicable government code sections. As Nancy mentioned, particularly with density bonus law, it's been revised almost every year. So it's hard to keep up. And we've been trying to just capture the required language into, I shouldn't say required language, the language in the statute into our ordinance, but it quickly becomes out of date. And so if someone was looking at our ordinance, it does not match the requirements of state law. So I think what Nancy is trying to do to avoid this constantly showing up annually on a work plan is that we would just reference the state requirements of state law apply, and then everything that we have some discretion in would appear into the ordinance. So we're just not repeating state law in the ordinance is what we're trying to avoid.
Great, thanks.
Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, so to follow up on that, in the reality that we might have this constitutional amendment where we will have the ability to make our own laws again and not take state laws, is there a way to write this such that if, like, I don't want to, this is why I'm against this, because of that. If this gets undone and we've written a reference to state law into our ordinance, into our codes, then we've taken all their laws. And so we'd have to go back and undo all of those. Is there a way to write it to anticipate that, that possibility? It's not done, but that possibility that will, but we'll go back to our old ones if that happens.
Well, Councilmember and Kendall, the old ones still reference state law. They're just now out of date. If the constitutional amendment occurred, I would suggest that we adopt a series of urgency ordinances to deal with that and then really clean up the code so that the city could accomplish what the city perspective is as opposed to state law.
Okay.
I don't think we can. It'll be.
Okay, I was just hoping there was.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Dawson.
I just, in following up on Councilmember Kendall's and Dory's comments here, I think this makes sense if it's in terms of kind of a sweeping update. So if staff is looking at this like, oh, this is going to take more time, we're going to maybe miss it anyway. It makes sense as long as our legislative commission is really on top of this, our committee, to make sure they're bringing those items of local interest to us, particularly so that we can review. I think that would be a really important mechanism for that local control oversight, that we do have the discussion about some of these things that would have more impact. So for me, I think that would be really important to just kind of somehow caveat this, or at least as part of our discussion moving forward, that we remember that that's an important piece of it. As far as the other issue of the planning commission and the council meetings, I remember that discussion with Councilmember Burks at the time, and my concern was that once again, if we're not part, I kind of agree with Mr. Clark's comment that I think it is really important with all these density bonus, the waivers and concessions, that council is very aware of that. We think we need to make sure we're keeping track of it. And again, I would look for a mechanism that is forwarded up to council. If there's less of a meeting, there's one less meeting, then it's really important that we're aware of what is is coming up before the planning commission. And I think at that time, we also considered a joint planning commission and council to be that fourth meeting, which could be an initial council meeting, so to speak, if necessary. So just putting that out there as a alternative to really just taking council out of it unless it's an appeal.
Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, and to follow up with that, I agree. Is there any, even anecdotal evidence that we're getting better projects because they have to face council versus just the planning commission? Are we able to get those setbacks, and are we able to get, those easements and all these things is because we're begging them, basically to work with us. And I know that this is that pain that we all feel, is it worth it to have these still come to council? Because there is, we do maybe, have a little more influence where we don't really have any.
Just a comment, I think there have been benefits. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, even though it's painful.
So actually, I guess one of my questions on that, maybe a little devil's advocate. So I wanted to ask, does David Clark had suggested that this creates more work for the planning commission when really they currently are seeing almost everything, or actually I could ask Nancy, but does it create more work for the planning commission if we do this? Because it feels like the tougher, well, actually, I'll stop there and then I'll.
No, it wouldn't, because they would be required to review it before forwarding it to council with the recommendation.
Right. So I guess my, and I could see both parts that, obviously having it come to us gives it, more weight, but it's really about that 5 meeting cap. And that allowing for, as Councilmember Kendall clarified in the beginning, allowing for that appeal option. And it's another expectation that Planning Commission would ask all those tough questions, and I believe that they do. And Planning Commission would push back against the applicant on, I'm going to use for an example, EV charging stations, having more of them than what the state law requires. All of those kinds of things, I believe that Planning Commission would do those and would do them and has done them to the same level that we would. And that then we're coming, if there's an appeal, because the applicants didn't feel that they could get those additional I can't remember what one of the staff things was. It was like a whole sort of kitchen sink of additional items. So I'm sort of for the same reasons that I recall Councilmember Burke's first bringing this up, that it puts it back on the Planning Commission, and then we deal with the more difficult, more nuanced ones on appeal. But happy to continue to listen to.
And I agree with that. But these projects aren't being appealed, right? I mean, we've only had one. And so we wouldn't have heard of any of these projects. I mean, I feel I would be completely out of the loop and would have no idea what's going on. I mean, and the cost is so prohibitive. I would feel very uncomfortable giving it back to the Planning Commission, only getting appeals unless we modify our appeal ordinance and make it such that we actually start getting appeals. Mm-hmm. And I know that there's no hope in appeals because it has to be health and safety. And so I think even that chance, I just feel very uncomfortable removing us completely from the process, because I think that's what would happen.
I agree.
Part of, and I appreciate that. And so continuing to listen to the discussion, part of the reason, correct me, that we don't get appeals is we're that final body.
Right.
So they're not, they're coming to us, and then we've used the 5 meetings and all of that. So that's why there's no appeals, not because the planning commission isn't, I mean, because there haven't been, it's because it feels like they come to us at that tough part. And I do try to watch, I agree, I don't watch every planning commission, meeting, but I try to watch every planning commission meeting, or at least listen back on projects. So it's not a judgment on the planning commission, it's sort of on our process that we have. So, Vice Mayor Anduri.
Yeah, I agree. That's why we haven't been getting them, because we are the decision makers as of now. So there's nothing to appeal to us. I agree though with Councilmember Candell. If we were to change this, I would want to look at the appeal ordinance and waiving the fee and considering that the appeal is just part of the normal course of the process. Because otherwise it just, well, we can discuss that if we get there. My understanding is that when this was first adopted, there was a very strong feeling that these things were so important to the city that the council needed to be the final decision maker, needed as a matter of course to hear these things and sign off on them. So that's why we went down this road. And then you were involved in the 2 years before Councilmember Dawson and I came on. But as soon as we came on, we had, I think, 3 development projects that took 2 meetings each, long meetings each. I think it's after the 3rd of those that Councilmember Burke said, well, I was vociferous in favor of Councilmember hearing it, but now I'm vociferous in favor of having the planning commission decide it. But I agree with the question about what the empirical experience has been, because I know that the 3 projects we had in early 2021, it was pretty clear that through the workshops and the initial meetings with design review and planning, there were significant improvements made because the design professionals were able to work one-on-one with the developer. And I think that at least in several of the projects, we were thinking, if we had given planning and design review another meeting, maybe they could have worked out more of these issues, because basically the city council shouldn't be working out design issues. That should be the planning commission. So frankly, I don't know how I come down on this tonight. I'd like to think about some more. And I'd like to have more of a report on just empirically, how planning staff and how the planning commissioners and design review see it, and whether they think it would be a better process if they had an additional meeting. Now, maybe that was the discussion. I apologize, I didn't listen to the April 4th planning commission meeting. So maybe that they discussed it and someone could relate that to us. But I think we need to look at what's happened to date and have a good reason to change it. If we don't have a strong reason for changing it, then I think we should continue as we are, but still, gather information and maybe consider it again in a year.
Councilmember Kwok.
Thank you. I mean, just to clarify, on April 4th, the Planning Commission did vote 5-0 in favor of putting this onto our agenda today, right? So they have vetted this and this is their recommendation. Is that correct, Nancy?
Yes, that's correct.
5070. 50?
501.
That's right. It did say 501. That was in the report. That's right.
Yeah. Councilmember Dawson.
I agree with Councilmember Andore. It would be good to have more information regarding the rationale, because I know those 3 big projects when we first came into our term were big projects, and these projects that come in with all these density bonus waivers and concessions are usually big projects that potentially can change, what we're actually trying to protect, that character of our town. So I think it was important. I wish it came later in my term when I had more experience. I know that. And by all means, it is the people on Planning Commission and our Design Commission that are so important to shaping those. But I do think council does merit weight in pushing back. And especially before we have design objectives that we are coming up with for more for downtown specific plan. I think it is important to still be involved to a certain degree. Now, if that means, like I say, some kind of joint council or some kind of mechanism that we allow Planning Commission in a second meeting if necessary, as opposed to council having 2 meetings, then that's something that might make sense before just changing our process, like iterative steps to get to what the proposal is, to make sure it's the right path to go down. Because it's easier to go, make changes in small ways instead of going backwards if we decide to go this route. So
I heard Vice Mayor Andori, Councilmember Kendall as well, but anecdotal and or empirical evidence that we get better projects, and having staff come back with more information related to that. I don't know that's, well, Nancy, I'll ask you. Is that clear enough on what type of information that would come back? And I'm looking at my colleagues. So this is related to item 1, but we want information about the whole proposal before we direct staff to draft a zoning text amendment of the density bonus ordinance.
And can we include, if we do this, we do need to modify our appeals process. Yeah.
Yeah. And also the language you had mentioned, although we think that it's protected on that, but language about if the proposition changes or laws changes. I think that we didn't have to change the language in here because we would adopt urgency ordinances.
Oh, no, I was talking about just on recommendation
on the appeal
1.
policy. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Just kind of
then you switched. All right.
All of them. Yeah. So Nancy, would you have enough direction?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And so in the meantime, if anything comes, and I'm not done, I see Vice Mayor Andori coming forward, but in the meantime, if anything comes, we're just operating the way we are, and we'll take the last 2 meetings and we'll do design work. And so that's on number 1, that we want to have more information come back to us. And then on number 2, I'm coming back up to the top. The Public Art Committee. And so Mala had suggested that staff would write language to take into account the Public Art Committee's requests and recommendations as much as they comply with our current ordinances and the law. So would come back with that text amendment on that. Is that correct? I see Mala and Councilmember.
Correct.
Kendall.
And then a clarification. What changed? Is it something that changed recently that caused us to get into this situation? Did something come to effect like January 1st or something? No, we just think we've been out of compliance, or this could have been happening this whole time for public art.
Oh, okay. No, public art. It was because of the Lafayette Lanes Park Theater Trust $2 million donation to them instead of
okay.
And that we allowed that. And Vice Mayor Andori as the.
Well, just correct me if I'm wrong, but what I understand is that, the Lafayette Lane request for waiver was not linked to the donation to the Park Theater. That happened, but they were separate. items. They asked for and received a waiver of the public art fee. And any developer that's providing a density bonus can ask for a waiver of the public art. And so the Public Art Committee is just concerned that this could mean then in each of the projects that where a density bonus is involved, that there'll be nothing for public art. And they see that as contrary to public policy as adopted by the council. So they would like to look for a way to at least have some form of public art contribution. And so I support what Mala had suggested, and look at what we could do and come back with language.
So we are support. Yes. So my understanding was, yes, that the council by a general nodding of heads does support the recommendation on number 2 on the public art. And then coming back to and I'm going back and forth between the recommendations, but coming back to the number 3, and the state incorporating adopted state law by reference. Did we need additional information, or I want to say I thought we were close to, after discussion and after Councilmember Candel's questions, that we were close to moving forward with that, with the assurances that we would have urgency, be able to pass urgency ordinances if it turns out, that the proposition, or actually any changes to this, and that we don't have to follow that we would be able to still go back in with urgency ordinances. We'd be able to incorporate things like the toggle position on SB 10, things where we are allowed to make decisions. We would still be able to do that even if we incorporate by reference. And Councilmember Dawson had just asked that the Ledge Committee would need to bring things forward, and we have something on our agenda tonight for that. Additional, Councilmember Dawson?
I was just going to say, it's interesting because there's a lot of density bonus bills that were in that part of that docket. That's why this is kind of, it's great. Thank you for those updates. That's why that work of the committee is so important. I have a question though, is Mala, do you know, is it standard that cities do this with the adopting state law by reference? Because I see that, it's kind of, the staff report mentions, necessitating staff time or hiring a consultant, but is that the norm, or is the norm otherwise, just adopting it by reference?
I would just recharacterize the adoption by reference as just referencing that state law applies. It would be a bit novel, to be honest, Councilmember Dawson. I think cities have just been adding the provisions of state law into their ordinance. But as I mentioned, as you also noted, it's just been changing at such a rapid pace that most cities are just their ordinances are just out of date and don't match state law. And so they're just not keeping up. So this is just one way. You could either just keep it out of date, knowing that state law trumps our ordinance, or this is one way to handle it, which is stripping out all of the language and just referencing state law applies.
Okay, Vice Mayor Anduri.
But just to be clear, city planning staff would still be keeping track of every change in state law, because they would have to be applying it to the application. So where we're saving the time, we're not saving time in following state law and knowing what state law is and being able to explain to an applicant what state law is. Where we're saving time is not having to write it up and codify it in our municipal ordinance.
That's correct, Vice Mayor Anduri. And then also for the public to not look at our ordinance and think it actually trumps state law, should there be a difference.
Mala, can you just clarify? You said this would be novel. Do you mean this would be novel if we go with this recommendation?
Yeah, I have not. To be honest, I haven't seen other cities do it, so it would be novel in the sense that most cities have just been copying state law and putting it in the ordinance. But as I mentioned, all these ordinances are not accurate reflections of state law since they have been updated so frequently, because cities would have to update their ordinance probably annually to keep up.
Okay, it makes sense as long as it's not a shortcut, because once again, we're looking at what makes sense with our staff and resources now, as opposed to what ideally it would be. So I just, okay.
But if we did nothing, it doesn't change it.
State law would still apply if you didn't update this ordinance to match state law.
That gets me a little concerned. I love
Well,
being novel in certain ways, but in other ways, being legally novel is sometimes a tricky place to be.
Vice Mayor Andrew.
Well, you eliminate the possibility of confusing an applicant the public if your ordinance isn't up to date.
And the law requires us to adopt a density bonus ordinance explaining how we're going to implement state law. So I think we would still be consistent with that. We would just be clarifying the areas that we have some ability to regulate.
Okay. So Nancy, do you have enough guidance and direction to come back with additional information related to recommendation number 1 on the number of meetings and tiering? And I think the other 2, and then so also on that had to do with the appeal process, our appeal ordinance. We would like to have that come back as well. So are there any additional comments or items that council members feel that they need before this comes back? And so I have actually a process question. So it'll come back to us to discuss the how we want to handle, because Planning Commission recommended it to us. It'll come back to us before you begin to draft the zoning amendment on 2 and 3 and on all of it. And then we would consider this item again, and then you draft it, and then it goes back through planning again and comes to us. Is that correct? That process? Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no other comments, we will thank you very much for the work that you've done on this, and thank you, Mala. And we will move on to agenda item number 9. We don't have any public hearings. 10, we didn't remove any items from the consent calendar, so we will move on to agenda item number 11, council and commission reports. And are there council members who would like to report on activities and consideration of matters that we might want to bring forward? Councilmember Anduri.
I just want to quickly convey the thanks of the Park Theater Trust Board of Directors for the action that the council took earlier this evening. Much appreciated.
Great, thank you. And just for the public record, that's the letter of support for their effort to, in their effort in applying for community-based funding from our Congressperson, Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, so some really good things have been happening out there in the state this month that I've been kind of involved with. One is to let you know that the state auditor did come out with that report about the RENA process and basically said it is incorrect and gave Department of Finance, HCD, and the legislature a big list of recommendations. In addition, there is currently a lawsuit from the Orange County Council of Cogs, plus a couple of cities, against HCD for the RENA numbers. And so I have had meetings with the attorneys that have brought the lawsuits against HCD, met with the experts on the interpreting the state auditors report on what they think the recommendations, if the state follows through on the recommendations, believe there's a massive overcount in the RENA numbers, the current RENA numbers. In addition, these same two attorneys that have the HCD audit also have a new lawsuit against the state for SB 9. And they've got 4 charter cities and general law city. And at first, I was thinking, maybe nothing, but there's some merit. And I would love to bring them to our council, and they would love to come and explain what these lawsuits are. They're in Southern California, but what it might mean for Northern California, and to help us understand what is going on, as well as get an explanation from the experts about the audit, about what that report really says and how we might be able to use it in cooperation with these other lawsuits. So if there's interest with the other council members, I would love to be able to set that up.
Okay.
And bring it back to a meeting. And I'm not seeing, are we getting any interest?
I'm interested in the topic. I'm not sure if I'd love to use council time doing it, but if I could read reports and just be abreast of it, unless it's a business matter for the city, but if it's something that could affect the city, I definitely want to know about it. But again,
we can join these lawsuits. That's the interest. I guess that would be the interest.
I see. Yeah, I'd love to read about it.
Okay.
Councilmember Kendall, I'd be interested in the information as well. I think, the education behind what you're talking about would be great, and in terms of what the auditors found and how they interpreted it would be important to understand in general. So we can, yeah.
So now, Mala, what does that really mean?
It's not clear. I think it's a good question, Councilmember Kendall. Is there an interest to agendize this for a future meeting, or just an interest to make the information that both Councilmember Kwok and Councilmember Dawson requested public?
Right. And can I do that? And can I do that? Is that okay?
I think we can figure out a way to make it public to the council as well as to the members of the public who are interested in that data.
Sounds great. Then I'll work with Mala to make sure that we do that in a reasonable manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing the information that hopefully everyone has looked at the audit report. I looked at it as soon as it came out. Thank you for sharing the Kale information and sharing that with it. Callie, sorry. I knew that. I apologize. And continuing to keep us updated
great
on that. So
I have one more item.
Yeah.
So it's come, and I've heard from a couple of residents as well as kind of seen. I have great respect on how our council runs our meetings. Our mayor never takes over the meeting and makes it go in a direction. We always listen to each other and have great conversations, and things go. And it seems like people are questioning whether that's happening at our commission level, whether the chairs are handling the meetings in the manner that we handle our meetings, where everybody gets to comment. And even if there's a motion on the table, if people still have questions, you're still able to have questions and field questions before you take a vote. Things like that. And I'm wondering if there is a way where we can, the way that we run our meetings can be somehow written down and taken to the chairs of the other committees and say, this is how we expect the meetings to be run. And I'm wondering if that is something that we could make happen.
And I'm looking to the city manager. I know that we discussed, and so this may be in terms of timing at our March 5th session. We did discuss working with the commissions on the roles and those, and we discussed that there had been in previous years training. So thank you for bringing that up. I think that'll help nudge that part of our process as well.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Steps. Thank you for bringing that. Any other council member reports? And not seeing any, I will, I'm trying to think, I did talk about the Spring Hill and working with the city, the school district, and also then the community day with the Community Foundation and the Chamber. Within the next week or so, the projects will be coming out, and then I think it's April 25th, the website will go live and people will be able to sign up for projects for the June 4th event. So our Lafayette Community Day. So there'll be more announcements at the next meeting. And if there are no additional comments or reports, we will move on to agenda item B, the city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give the council a quick update on the flying of the Ukrainian flag. We've received many comments of support, but we've also received a couple of emails from people questioning why the city decided to do what it did. On March the 5th, you authorized staff to hoist the flag at the plaza, the Ukrainian flag, as a sign of support to the Ukrainian people, for the Ukrainian people. And you gave me the latitude to decide when and for how long the flag would be flown. Initially, I had thought, maybe naively so, that matters would be resolved and we would fly the flag showing our support for a period of 1 month, which would have expired this weekend. However, given just the turn of events in Ukraine, my plan as of now, and I'm open to suggestions and we can agendize this if you desire, is to fly the flag until the 27th of May, which is just before the Memorial Day weekend. We have taken the flag down. We did take it down over the weekend, and we are flying the American flag in honor of the Prisoners of War Day, which happened on the 9th of this month. But my intent was to have public works staff rehoist the Ukrainian flag until May the 27th and then take it down. If you wish to discuss extending it or otherwise, the matter can be placed on the 25th agenda.
Vice Mayor Andori.
That sounds great to me. Got the Memorial Day holiday, then you've got Flag Day in June, you've got the 4th of July, so fly the American flag through that period, and hopefully we won't feel a need to rehoist the Ukrainian flag, but I think that's a great plan.
Okay, thank you. So Nirup, I don't see any movement to want to bring the item back as an agenda item, and I see Mala nodding her head that we're right now, we're okay. So thank you for that update and report. Do you have any other items? Okay. And next we will move to Mayor Geringer and Councilmember Kandel recommendations on bills of local importance. And I did see that Casey Elliott had joined us. And so if we could have him come over in case there are questions on the item.
And Mayor, he will be presenting the bills.
Yeah. I was hoping that was the case. I know that Councilmember Kendall and I could go through them, but welcome, Casey.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. So, Casey, I think you're doing the report. Yeah.
Sorry, just that little lag time there. Sorry.
Yeah, and as you were coming over, I said you're here to answer questions, but Narut pointed out that you'll be going through the recommendations on the bills of importance, and then of course answering any questions.
Sure thing. Yeah, so as was noted, these measures were presented to the legislative committee last week, and with the recommendations that are then being moved over to council now. Just briefly to move through these bills for you, and I'm happy to go into further depth on any of them that you wish. AB 1814, that bill is measured by Assemblymember Grayson, which would allow community choice aggregators such as members of MCE to apply for available state level funding for certain programs run by the CPUC. That measure, since it was presented to the legislative committee, we've heard that the Assemblymember Grayson is probably going to be holding this bill and it's not going to be advancing. That said, the city and others in CCAs would have benefited from this bill. The next measure is AB 1944 by Assemblymember Alex Lee. It is starting to address Brown Act modifications outside of the AB 361 process, which obviously this body is very familiar with. It makes some modifications to the posting requirements and public access requirements should members of a legislative body choose to participate remotely at a private location, would not need to disclose the address or make that available to members of the public. However, public would need to be provided opportunities to participate remotely via teleconference or video. That measure has a support recommendation as well. Assembly Bill 2050, sorry, I'm scrolling through here, by Assemblymember Lee would make modifications to the Ellis Act process so that you couldn't have people come in and essentially buy properties and remove the affordability rights under them within the first 5 years of ownership of that building. There are some provisions, some caveats to that, but generally it's trying to keep affordable housing affordable. The next measure, AB 2097, is a bill by Assemblymember Friedman related to limiting the ability of local governments to establish parking minimums near dense transit areas, such as around within half mile, such as around the BART station. This measure is a reintroduction of a bill that the Assembly member had introduced last year, which the city had opposed. Assembly Bill 2334 by Assemblymember Wicks does relate to density bonus laws. Obviously, you guys have been speaking to tonight. This would allow for projects to receive additional added height and unlimited densities if projects met certain affordability requirements. Again, these would be largely projects in denser areas. Senate Bill 878. This has a watch recommendation. This bill would require K through 12 school districts to provide forms of bus transportation for students living within certain distances to their school. Would provide the schools with flexibility to do that in-house or through contracting. Just as a quick way of background, the watch position is due to the bill itself does not necessarily contain funding, and the timelines established within the bill would be very aggressive for certain school districts to comply with if they don't already have a program in place. So in discussion with the Lafayette School District, they've indicated that they would appreciate the city taking a watch position. And then lastly, the last bill is SB 1457 by Senator Hertzberg. This bill would place a $25 billion affordable housing bond on the ballot. The conversation within the legislative committee, the bill as it's structured right now is largely geared towards first-time homebuyer, providing financial assistance, as well as providing funding for infrastructure for the development of projects specific directly to affordable housing producers. While there is a support position recommended, anticipate that the bill will likely be modified prior to being placed on a November ballot, if that's going to happen. And within the letter reinforcing the desire of the author to work with local governments and help provide infrastructure and other things that local governments can use funding for in order to help facilitate housing. So supportive of an overall bond, but also supportive if there are some modifications to make it more accessible to local governments. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions on any of these measures.
Great, thank you, Casey. And just confirming before I go to my colleagues that we will leave in AB 1814 on the support position, even though he may be slowing it down.
I would recommend doing so. Technically, the author has until April 29th to have the bill heard in committee. So while we have heard indications from his office that he doesn't plan to, there's still 18 days and you never know what can happen.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. So are there questions for Casey or for the Ledge Committee, Councilmember Kendall and myself, relative to these recommendations before we go to public comment? Okay, so I will invite members of the public to speak to us, the council, on this item. And Suzanne Erla will facilitate making that happen. If you would like to speak, Suzanne, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. If any members of the public would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
And I don't see any hands raised. Do you?
That is correct, Mayor. There are currently no hands raised.
Okay, and I will note that I don't believe we received any written, excuse me, public comment on this item. So I will bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or discussion and deliberation and or motion. Councilmember Kwok.
Sure, I'd like to make some comments about our opposition to AB 2097, the minimum parking requirement. That's the bill that prohibits public agencies from imposing minimum automobile parking requirements for parcels within a half a mile of public transit. And we're opposing that. But I personally find that there's a lot to like about this, in fact. And I'd point out that while the mandatory parking minimums are very common throughout cities in California, and it made sense because we wanted people to park on their parcels and not overflow into the public streets and cause a burden on our city. Mobility is changing in our state, and the younger generations are less reliant on cars or less interested in cars. There's more car sharing, Uber, Lyft, e-bikes, scooters, and other forms of mobility that are less car dependent. And I do think that when I also consider that manufacturing parking is expensive, it causes buildings to be higher than they might otherwise be to accommodate parking. And we, as a city, we talked about how we don't want these really tall buildings. So maybe it would help us to reduce the height of buildings if we didn't have a parking minimum. And so in addition, those are expensive, and all those costs do get passed along to renters or the owners of those condos, whether they use the parking spaces or not. So I really prefer that, given the changing nature of transportation, that we allow market forces to set the parking spaces. So builders, when they build a building, they can decide how many parking spaces and bike parking that they think the market needs at that time, and not have government agencies like ourselves impose that minimum parking level. I think this is more sustainable as well. And so I would encourage us to either be neutral or even support this bill rather than to oppose it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kendall.
Hey, wait, Ty, there's a lot of that I 100% agree with. What I don't like is them telling us what we can and can't do. I think we know the projects where that might make total sense, but to have this blanket policy where we get no control over that's where I think that's why I would rather retain it with us. And then we'll choose to do that for certain projects or not, right? And they may ask for it as a waiver anyway, and we have to give it to them. And so while I agree with so many of your arguments, just the state, one size fits all policy. This may apply up into Happy Valley, and they may not like that. It may be better downtown where we might be okay with it, right? I don't know. I don't like them telling us what to do.
Okay. Vice Mayor Anduri, you had your mic off. No, okay. So any other discussion on that? I also would comment that I absolutely agree with many of the statements about mobility and sustainability. And I meant to go look at our legislative platform and how these decisions, how this bill would be looked at relative to our legislative platform. And I think it's primarily around local control, to Councilmember Kendall's point, in being able to say, don't make these, blanket one size fits all rules or mandates that come down. I think when we look at our, the piece I didn't look at, and maybe Casey or Narup can speak to this, is where we as a council have also placed that weight of sustainability and how these impact climate and how they impact these decisions around in another way, not just from the local control perspective. So I don't know if when we look at our platform again, if we look at with a broader lens on that, I think for where we are with this one, I'm still okay with an opposed position, but for the reasons that Councilmember Kendall stated, but a little bit torn, because I do appreciate the arguments on how mobility is changing and how we have lots of places, and I've heard Assemblymember Friedman speak to the acres and acres in Southern California of empty parking lots and empty places, and that we just keep building sort of more parking, and we're moving from a, not quickly, but a car-centric. So anyway, I can support the opposed position, but am in favor of revisiting at a time that the council would like our legislative platform and how we direct sort of the Ledge Committee and we as a council to look at these. And Councilmember Kwok.
Yeah, I thank you very much for the comments, and it's just a tough one. I mean, there are many ways we could do this ourselves, but it also, I sort of see like our opposition to Sacramento as like selective. If they have 100 rules, maybe 3 are good or 7 are good. Well, let's take those 7 and reject the 93, but we don't have to reject all 100 if there's a benefit to, for instance, if we like this and we would have to do it anyways, and we'd have to spend time to craft the legislation to do it, and it burns up our time and resources when we could just accept it. So I think that there can be like, not like a on-off switch with every single piece of state legislation that we reject, but we take the ones we like and we reject the egregious ones, and then it's a little bit more reasonable. But anyways, let's vote and move forward.
Yeah, I appreciate the debate and the dialogue around this. So any other comments on any of the other pieces, which we are taking some support positions, and so we're not voting no on every single one of them. And I look forward to continued debate on parking minimums and other things. So do I have a motion to adopt the 7 recommendations, bills of interest?
Move we adopt them.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Well, my question is going to be, if Councilmember Kwok, just as a matter of personal privilege, would like to have a separate vote on that one item, I'd support that.
I would, thank you.
Okay, so then Councilmember Kendall, are you amenable to modifying the motion to be 1 through 1, 2, 3,
3, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Yes, I move the motion to be 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, and Vice Mayor Anduri got his hand up on the second. Did you have another comment, Councilmember Dawson, or were you?
No, I was going to second,
Okay.
but I think Councilmember
Okay.
Andori did.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Kendall and a second by Vice Mayor Andori on 6 of the 7 bills. So Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Andori.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then with respect to AB 2097, do we have a motion to adopt the Ledge Committee's recommendation?
I move that we adopt our recommendation or item 4.
Okay, and do we have a second?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dawson. And is there any discussion, further discussion on that item? Okay, I will go for the vote. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
No.
And Vice Mayor Andori.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And thank you all very much. And thank you very much for the discussion and the dialogue. We're better. We make better decisions because we all bring something different and we learn from one another. So thank you. And thank you, Casey and Narup, for the work. Just in terms of process, the Ledge Committee will be scheduling another meeting because there are a lot of other bills that do align, not align, but that touch our legislative platform and will have impact on the city of Lafayette. And so we'll be having another meeting and we'll be bringing items forward again at an upcoming meeting. So as we go through the legislative process. So thank you, Casey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Casey, I just want to say thank you, Mayor Geringer and Councilmember Kendall. It's a lot of work, a lot to go through, and I appreciate your thought and the synthesis with our platform. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will move on to 11D and welcome Councilmember Kwok to speak to us about the climate crisis and what cities can do during this Earth Month. And I do want to take a point of personal privilege and to congratulate Councilmember Kwok on being recognized as a climate hero. I believe that most of us in the community and here on the council believe that to be true, and it's good to get that recommendation, that recognition.
And
so thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And we can see your.
And you can see my slides. Well, happy
Yes.
Earth Day, everybody. We're going to end on a good note, thinking about our planet, right? So let me just start by saying, in honor of Earth Day month, I wanted to just share some ideas of what cities like Lafayette can be doing to be part of the solution to the climate crisis. There's good news here, so hang in there with me. But I want to start our conversation with this photograph, which is dubbed the Blue Marble, and it was taken by the last of the Apollo missions just about 50 years ago in 1972. This image really became a symbol of the environmental movement right at the time when the first Earth Days were getting going back in the 70s. But my question is, what has happened to the temperature of planet Earth in the 50 years since this photo was taken? Well, here's an animation that answers that question. It goes back to 1880 when weather instruments first started measuring the temperature of our planet. And blue shows colder than average temperatures, and yellow and orange shows warmer than average temperatures. And what we see as this thing moves forward into 1960s, here we are in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and 2020s, we see a lot more yellow, red, and orange, the warmer temperatures. So in fact, 19 of the 20 hottest years ever measured have occurred all since the year 2002. And the 8 hottest years have been the last 8 years. These are the wrong records that we're setting here. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, just came out with a report last August. That was the Code Red for Humanity report that said it's unequivocal, that the science is just crystal clear. Human activities are warming up the planet. But what are those human activities that, in fact, while there are a number of sources of global warming pollution, The largest source is the burning of fossil fuels. And you can see how here, after World War II and the industrial age and the rise of gas-powered transportation, it's been a big boom in the use of fossil fuels. And when we overlay that period with the global surface temperature of our planet, you can see that there's a strong correlation there. Now, one of the consequences of these rising temperatures in California has been drought. And the San Francisco Chronicle reported on Valentine's this year that the drought that we're experiencing today is the worst in like 1,200 years. And as of last week, 94% of California is today experiencing extreme or severe drought conditions, and it's only April. We know this because it didn't rain in January and February like normal. So it's going to be a very significantly challenging drought year for us. This drought has impacted our water supplies. This is a picture I took at the Lake Shasta Reservoir last year. And I was so shocked when I took this photo. You can see the cars that are parked way down there. But it turns out this year, the reservoir is even lower than where it was in this picture. It's only 38% full, which is half of its historical average. Now, when the temperature goes up and when the land dries out, we actually have more fires. And we're seeing that in the last 5 years in California. The relationship here of high temperatures to higher fire risk is very clear as well. And last year, the Dixie Fire, which destroyed the city of Greenville, north of Sacramento, was the second largest fire in California's history. The number one largest fire was actually the year before in 2020. That was called the August Complex Fire, as we remember, and that burned over 1 million acres of land. And many of us remember that fire because there was one day on September 9th that the smoke was so dense, it was as if the sun did not even rise that day. And this is a picture of me at 9:30 in the morning when my wife woke me up and she was in a panic and she said, "What's going on? How come it's so dark outside?" And I ran out on my deck in my pajamas there, and I thought we were on Mars. It was so unreal. The sky was so red. But it turns out that the Discover satellite was shooting images of our planet that day, September 9th. And that California wildfire was so big, it actually could be seen from 1 million miles away. There it is. And if we zoom in there, you could see the wildfire smoke from 1 million miles away in outer space. And Lafayette, we're that green star there, covered in the coast of California. So that's a lot of the bad news. I think it's just to sort of accentuate what we all know. But then that asks the question, so what can we do to stop burning fossil fuels and prevent those problems from happening? And this is where there's some really good news. This is a chart showing that we don't actually have to burn fossil fuels to provide us with the energy we need. The deployment of solar around the world is on such a steep learning curve, and it is accelerating. Many of you know I joined the solar industry right around 2009, and you can see that was really excellent timing from a career point of view. And during that period and before, the cost of solar has been coming down very fast, faster than any of us in the industry ever expected. And the implications for these low solar costs is just astonishing. This is one of the most amazing data points for the last decade that I've been in the industry. Back in 2014, electricity from solar and wind was cheaper than coal and gas plants in only 1% of the world. But just 5 years later, it was cheaper in 2/3 of the world. And then just a couple of years from now, by 2024, it's expected that wind and solar will provide the cheapest electricity in the entire world. So that's just tremendous progress made by the solar and wind industry in cutting costs in just the last 10 years. I'm really proud that California passed a law in 2018 called SB 100, which requires 100% of our electricity to come from clean energy sources by 2045. We were only the second state in America after Hawaii to do that. But so let me ask, let's take a look at Lafayette and ask ourselves, how are we doing on our path to 100% carbon-free electricity? And for this, we need to just go back to 2016 when Lafayette voted to join MCE, the Community Choice Energy Company. And just as a reminder, MCE works with PG&E to get electricity to us. MCE is on the left-hand side. They source and procure the electrons, and then those electrons are delivered over the power lines to our homes, and PG&E bills us for that. And it turns out that back in 2016, the electricity was 68% carbon-free from MCE. But if you fast forward just 5 years to 2020, it turns out today that most of Lafayette is already enjoying 98 to 100% clean energy. This, what you see, is the power content label for MCE, and most of the city is using MCE's light green service there. And if you take a look, that light green service has the renewable, hydro, and nuclear. It's about 98.6% of Lafayette is already carbon free. And those of us who've opted up to this deep green 100% renewable plan, even better at 100%. So if we go back to Jerry Brown and his vision back in 2018 to be energy free by 2045, Lafayette has actually reached that 23 years early today. And this is actually fantastic news, something I totally didn't expect and that many of us don't know, but it's terrific news here in Lafayette. So what can we do to leverage that in our community to help solve the climate crisis? And for this, we just need to know, where do our emissions actually come from today? Back in 2015, Lafayette conducted our greenhouse gas emissions assessment and determined that 3/4 of our GHG emissions were from the transportation sector, a lot of that coming from Highway 24. But the remaining quarter comes from homes and buildings. So those are the three chunks that we have to deal with to get our carbon footprint to be reduced and do our part to combat the climate crisis. So if we take a look at what are some municipal solutions, what can cities do? Well, for homes, we can electrify our homes, and our buildings, we could do the same things, because remember that electricity is carbon free practically today. And in the transportation sector, we could increase walking, biking, bus. We could have smart urban design, and we can also electrify our cars and transportation. So these are solutions that cities have in our arsenal to combat the climate crisis. And I want to just go over each one to show what we're doing, in fact, to be part of the solution. If we take the biggest chunk, the transportation space, there are three things that come to my mind that we're working on that help on this front. Vision Zero, we know. We have our housing element that we're thinking of, and we've recently decided to do the downtown Mount Diablo corridor specific plan. So there's a lot of these three elements that will impact transportation, so that if we take a look at a typical street, but we start thinking about how it could be more bike friendly, safer for that, can we conduct our urban design and create a vibrant downtown, put smart housing in and smart electric transportation in, you can see that a vision that we were heading in a vision to improve our city. If we take the East End, for example, this is just a schematic of what we could do on the East End to do the same types of step-by-step improvements to enrich our city. And what about all the multi-family housing that needs to be constructed? It would be very essential that all of those multi-family homes have EV charging infrastructure so that everybody can charge. Today, only 5% of multi-family homes are required to have an EV charger in Lafayette. So anyways, that's a bit about what we could be doing in transportation. Let's turn our attention to what we could be doing in our homes and buildings to electrify. And in this case, really, I want to point you to this chart, which shows the residential greenhouse gas emissions from our homes going from 2005 to 2015. You can see from the green bar, that's the carbon footprint coming from electricity, and the blue bar is the carbon footprint coming from gas. And over the years, you can see that we're actually twice as much of our footprint is the blue bar, and the green bar is lower. But as I mentioned, in 2016, we converted to MCE, and our footprint has actually gone down almost to zero at this point. And so the problem that we have is not the green bar, but what are we going to do to get rid of the blue bars there? That's what we've got to work on. And so when we look at our homes and our businesses of where we use gas, you see that our gas furnace, our gas water heater, our gas fireplace, our gas cooktop, those are the places that use gas. And it turns out that each of those has very cost-effective solutions to replace them. There are these things called heat pump mini splits to do your HVAC, your heating and cooling. There are electric fireplaces that are actually very beautiful. There are magnetic induction electric cooktops that are very advanced, and heat pump water heating solutions that are 200 to 300% energy efficient. I actually converted my house to convert to all of these electronic appliances in 2019, and I thought it was going to be hard and difficult and so forth, but it actually only took me 45 days to convert to an all-electric home, and then call PG&E and ask them to come disconnect me from the gas grid, which they did for free. So that was me actually taking away my gas meter. It turns out that this type of building electrification is cost effective. There are a number of studies of California, the economics for electrifying these buildings, and I'll spare you reading hundreds of pages of these reports that actually just came down to like one sentence, that most notably in new home construction, we find that electrification of space and water heating and air conditioning reduces the homeowner's cost when compared to their fossil fuel alternatives. So that's very exciting. And it turns out that a number of cities, 47 cities in just the last 2 years in Northern California have adopted electrification ordinances for new construction, where they said, no more natural gas infrastructure, only build all electric new construction. And hats off to Contra Costa County, in fact, which just a couple months ago was one of the latest entrants to pass an all-electric building electrification ordinance. So what does that mean for Lafayette, for our homes and buildings? We can go electric. It turns out our environmental task force, the ETF, is focusing on a number of these initiatives right now, and these will hopefully come before the city council in the months ahead. There was an EV charging for multifamily new construction ordinance that the ETF has moved along to the Planning Commission for review before it comes to us. The ETF is working on a building electrification ordinance and is seeking public comment. They're going to have their first public hearing on Earth Day next Friday, 4/22 at 12 noon by Zoom. So check the city council, the city calendar, and please join that meeting. And there's also looking into the leaf blower electrification as a way to curb the use of fossil fuels in that regard. So in summary, Lafayette has a lot of solutions to the climate crisis. With those three areas of focus, homes, buildings, transportation, which are the leading culprits, we actually have three good solutions in terms of electrification, walking, biking, bus-friendly design, and smart urban design, all things that we're already working on. So I hope you'll agree that while the challenges to the climate crisis are great, the solutions are available to our city and we're working on them. And I hope we can press each other to work with heightened urgency over the course of the upcoming years to make the positive transformations we need to avert the worst consequences of the climate crisis. And I look forward to working together with all of you to make this a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Our Earth over here.
And yes, and for transitioning to the, what we can do. I mean, definitely bringing awareness and heightened sense of awareness to the issue, and then also on the solutions, and that we have been moving in a good direction. Are there any questions? Recognizing that this is not an action item. And if we want to have something come back, we can do that. I was trying to do that before Mala did the virtual nudging me under, kicking me under the table. I'm going to say Councilmember Dawson had her hand up first, and then Vice Mayor Andori.
Oh, I just
Or
want to
maybe she didn't. No.
Yeah, I got to jump in there. I'm just going to say thanks, Great Ty. I mean, always, it's very inspirational. And I know this came out of your thoughts of, our kids, I'm with you on that. Like, we need to make these efforts now to give them a chance. So I applaud you and your energy and passion behind it. And I also want to know, where did you get that hat?
Oh, yeah. Yes, thank you. I think I have seen that picture before. I hadn't seen the day that the day that Lafayette looked like we were living on Mars. Or Vice Mayor Andori.
Well, I just want to say that's a great presentation. Thank you very much. And I think it shows us that it's doable here in Lafayette. And thanks in large part to the decision in 2016 by prior council and at the urging of staff and the Environmental Task Force and Sustainable Lafayette to become part of MCE. I mean, that's just been a key to this, and it leads to other steps. And I want to say I was very happy when we were approved in the consent calendar, the city manager's report on priorities, and electrification was in there. for the next year. So look forward to these ordinances working their way to the council and us having a chance to keep moving on this.
Yeah, no, I think that that's great. Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, and thank you. And I'm getting close to unplugging my gas too. So yeah, I was concerned how hard that was going to be, but it sounds like it just happens. PG knows how to do it, and they'll come out and do it. Super cool. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I hope we get to all of those things this year, honestly.
Yeah. And encouraging. Yeah, I remember when the push to go to deep green, and I know that we're still have a lot of work to do, you know, in that, and communicating to the public and encouraging more people to join us. So if there are no additional comments or questions, I do see that a couple of people have raised their hands. If other members of the public would like to speak to us, please raise your hand. And Suzanne, and I want to thank the liaisons and our environmental task force for the work that they do on an ongoing basis, as at least one of them is coming in.
Thank you, Mayor. The first public speaker will be Linda DeChambeau, and followed by Justine Parmalee, Nancy Hua, Jackie Garcia Mann, and Brenna.
Very good. Thank you, Suzanne. And so the first speaker will be, and I'm going to take a guess at it too, Linda DeChambeau, and who I don't.
Might be having trouble getting in.
I'm wondering, you.
Yeah, how about we move? We'll see if we can bring in Justine now, and
Okay.
We'll come back to the other speaker.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank
Good
you.
evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. I am coming to you as a private citizen, and my views are not reflective of my employer or my volunteer time with the city of Lafayette. So I am an EV driver. I also happen to live in multifamily housing in the city of Lafayette. I live at the Lafayette Highlands off of Carroll Lane, which is a 150 unit rental apartment complex. In 2014, AB 2565 was approved by Governor Jerry Brown, which allows for residents to have EV chargers installed in their multifamily units. And I was very excited by this. I checked my lease, and indeed there was some language like, if you want an EV charger, reach out. It'll be at your own cost. So I'm like, all right, what goes into this? Well, what goes into it is a hurdle that's almost insurmountable for the average renter. I would need to obtain $1 million in liability insurance. All costs are my responsibility. That includes installation, repair, removal of the chargers when I move out. Installation involves design, planning, permitting, and the construction. And then it only benefits me, one unit, not the dozens of other EV drivers that we have in this apartment complex. It's simply just cost prohibitive. Moving beyond residential into commercial, we have one EV fast charger in the city of Lafayette, one, the EV Go charger down at Whole Foods. It is always a fight to try to charge there. And as a result, my family has had habit changes where we go to Walnut Creek or Pleasant Hill or Concord, where there are far more chargers. And then we're spending our money in Walnut Creek, Pleasant Hill, and Concord, and our time there instead of our time here in the city of Lafayette. I don't know what the solution is here. I do know we can't rely on state action alone. I think we need to take local action. For both new build residential, which is super exciting, but don't forget already constructed opportunities as well as our commercial districts downtown. Thank you. That's all I have to say today.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from any council members? Thank you very much for sharing that and for your service to the city of Lafayette as well.
The next speaker will be Nancy. followed by Jackie, Brenna, and Linda.
Okay, welcome, Nancy. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Geringer, Vice Mayor Anduri, City Council, City staff, and everyone in attendance this evening. So my name is Nancy Hu. I come to you tonight as a mom worried about the climate crisis and as a resident and a volunteer serving on the city's ETF. I'm so glad you're still having Zoom meetings, as I was able to put my little ones down to bed and still attend tonight. So happy Earth Month. I want to thank Councilmember Kwok for his presentation tonight with the recent IPCC reports urging yet again rapid reductions in carbon emissions. I'm excited to see that this was a presentation on your agenda. One of the best ways to reduce and prevent carbon emissions in the first place is to enact those policies, which will not only make it easier for those living and working in Lafayette to adopt EVs, but also to electrify our new and existing residential and commercial spaces. All electric buildings with highly efficient electric appliances powered with electricity from MCE and or rooftop solar means that we can power those buildings with upwards of 98 to 100% clean energy, which Councilmember Kwok mentioned, which is just amazing. So the faster we can move away from powering our buildings with methane, the better. As mentioned, we are working on ordinances for EVs and all electric buildings, and we plan to have a public outreach webinar event on Earth Day. This is our flyer, which we're trying to circulate, and we have a Facebook event, and Suzanne is very helpfully publicizing it for us. And so we plan to, on Earth Day, April 22nd, from noon to 1, present the components of the building electrification reach code that we're considering. We'll be sharing a survey and we welcome public input. I'm hoping that after all of the after the codes or the draft ordinance have gone through the ringer through Planning Commission, and when it finally gets to City Council, that will that you'll also be in favor of moving away from fossil fuel gas in our buildings, and so in favor of all electric. So lastly, just want to congratulate also Councilmember Kwok on his recent recognition for the ABC 7 News as being featured as our Bay Area's climate hero. You've done a lot for our community and we're truly fortunate to have you. Thank you so much for serving. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments, and yes, congratulations to Councilmember Kwok again, and thank you, Nancy, for your service on the Environmental Task Force.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Jackie.
Welcome. Welcome.
There.
Ms. Mann. Hi. We can see you and we can hear you.
Hi, friends. Great presentation, Wei Tai. And I'm here today, Jackie Garcia Mann with 350 Contra Costa, and we are advocates for a cleaner environment and a healthier environment. And we do believe that building electrification and vehicle electrification are a key to healthier home environments, and will reduce carbon pollution and hopefully cool our planet. And we all know that we are in a climate emergency. We are EV drivers and we have solar on our roof, and we were early adopters of Deep Green, and we helped with that campaign to get the city, get people in the city to sign up. And I just want to say it's just the greatest thing. It's good to know that when you drive, you're not hurting things. And there's really a good feeling about that. And I'm also in an unusual situation in that I have one of those 30-inch fossil gas pipelines running through my backyard. And as we all know, these are explosive bombs waiting to happen. And there's a lot of concern about what would happen if one of these pipelines broke during a wildfire. For instance, there is a 100 foot stretch of pipeline that crosses the creek. It is really unsupported and unprotected from falling trees. And this could be really a huge fire hazard for our neighborhood here in Spring Hill Road. And you will all remember what happened with the San Bruno pipeline in 2010 with a great loss of life. And that was the same kind of pipeline. I want to point out that as electrification becomes cheaper and gas is being phased out all over the state, that there will be less and less money to maintain the old assets. So these pipelines are stranded assets and there is little going to maintain them. And there's also a lot of secrecy about how they're operated. And we know that from things that have happened right here in Lafayette. So I urge you guys to help the city move toward electrification as fast as possible and phase out fossil gas. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming. Councilmember Dawson.
Hi, I just want to say thank you, Jackie. I met with Jackie a while ago in terms of the pipeline that she's referring to, and just want to say with her and other neighbors, part of the gas safety task force was able to forward a new standard with PG&E to actually eliminate trees around pipelines that are above ground, so to kind of reduce the risk of trees actually falling on unburied pipelines. So that's kind of a big deal, and that's something that they should be incorporating, PG&E should be incorporating into their entire service standards, and that came out of Lafayette's diligent community in looking into the community, the safety of their neighbors. So thanks for being part of that.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. And did anyone else have questions for the speaker? We could have brought it, we can bring her back in. Okay. So our next speaker, Suzanne.
Next speaker is Brenna, followed by Linda. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
And welcome, Brenna. So you're still on mute if you've made it over into the room.
Got it.
Go. There you
Thank
go.
you so much.
You got it.
Thanks so much for addressing this issue tonight. I really appreciate that this is something that our city is taking seriously. We had a fire a few years ago that you might remember, and it happened really fast and it was unexpected. And that day I was going to pick up my daughter and I didn't know there was a fire until I was unable to get to her. I took 4 different routes before I finally found one that was open. It was a moment of just incredible stress and panic. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to get to her. So we know that climate change isn't just happening in remote islands, it's happening here. We know that it's happening not just with that fire, but how it's affecting our insurance rates. And so I'm really happy that our city is addressing it and that there are so many positive things that we can do. I also appreciate the pictures that were presented in this presentation, because when we make these changes to address climate change, we also just make our city so much more livable and beautiful. So it's really nice to have that vision included. And I just want to say that I think that we've been told for a long time that we have to take this slowly, but our history tells us that we can adapt, and we're doing it. It's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and staying this evening. And are there any questions for the speaker from any council members? No, thank you, Brenna. And thank you, for sharing your story.
The next speaker is Linda. And Linda is the final person with their hand raised for this item.
Thank you. And you were off mute and then you went back on mute. So welcome.
How's that?
Yeah, we can hear you, and thank you for your patience and working with us to get you back in the room. So
no worries.
welcome.
Nice. Thank you. Nice to see all of you. And I really appreciate the topic. 11 o'clock at night. I'd love to see, this is a lot of really good information of what Lafayette's been doing and leading the way. And I love the title of, more generically, what can cities do about climate crisis? Because I think Lafayette has led the way. I am with the group Contra Costa County Climate Leaders, also known as 4CL. And we've been around since I was a city council member and mayor in Moraga in 2007. And there are so many things that cities can do to address this issue. But as stated by the earlier speakers, it's a matter of how quickly can we do them and what can we do to make sure that we leave a bright future for our future generations. And we put out starting last year, and we're doing an annual report again to see how the cities compare to one another. And actually the city of Lafayette comes in around 9th place. So there are eight other cities in our county that you can look at things that they are doing. Not only did Contra Costa County pass the electrification, but a couple of our other cities have as well in Contra Costa County. Another thing I encourage your city to consider is passing a climate emergency resolution. And that one of the biggest things with the update coming on the general plan is making sure you have a really standalone and measurable section and chapter on climate change and environmental justice. And a lot of other cities have done that. I think you're in the process with the housing element of doing that. You've already heard about MCE, and kudos for opting up to that for your city's own operations. But MCE, actually deep green enrollment in Lafayette is quite a bit lower than some of our other cities. So maybe at the upcoming Earth Day and opportunities to reach out to your cities for the built environment. You all seem to have it pretty covered on electrification. You know, there are also some important things that I would encourage you to look at, that a lot of cities not only ban natural gas, but they require purple pipe to go into their new homes and significant remodels. And water is very energy intensive. And I'm a chemist. I retired from EPA. We spend all this time getting our water to drinking water quality, and then we flush our toilets with it. So trying to avoid some of that. Plus we're in a drought. Encourage you to look at that. Encourage you to join Tree City USA, maybe ban leaf blowers. There's a whole list of things if you check out what our city's doing about the climate crisis. And I appreciate what Lafayette is doing already and putting this on the agenda and hearing some of these policy issues going forward. And look forward to seeing what Lafayette can do to help us and our communities have a livable and sustainable future. Thank you so much for putting this on tonight.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments and the work that you're doing. Are there any questions for the speaker? And I don't see any. So thank you very much. And thank you for staying with us. Okay, so if there are any other speakers who would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand. And Suzanne.
Mayor, there are no other speakers at this time.
Okay. Bringing it back to council, are there any additional comments or questions? And we will just say thank you again, Wei Tai, and thank you for the great PowerPoint presentation and for stimulating the discussion.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to, it's so negative, but I think we're doing a lot of positive things, and our city is really teed up to make some progress this year. So I'm actually genuinely excited about this. So thank you for giving me some agenda time, and thank you for all the speakers that jumped and chimed in with their stories. I think that's great to hear the public support. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So agenda item number 12. There are no written communications, so we move on to agenda item 13 for adjournment. And if there are no other comments or adjournments, I would like to adjourn in memory of Natalie Hyatt, the vice chair of our youth commission, who we lost over the weekend, and so who passed away over the weekend. So with that, we will adjourn in memory until our next meeting. So thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Night.